All right, as I just did the whole pregame show without audio, I apologize. I am Shawn O'Brate, your YO Today sports director. Big night here as we are getting ready for the first Riverton versus Lander matchup here. It's the Froshmore team, and as we see, it's going to be Lander starting off number 7, Brinley Hammond, number 4, Gemma Washburn, number 1, Hadley Weston, number 11, Taylor Kostreva, number 16, Alexa Coleman, and number 22, Finley Morton. Riverton will get here in a minute, but we are excited to bring this game to you. It's very special for a lot of reasons, and it's going to start off with Riverton right off the bat scoring the first point on an ace. So I did the whole pregame show and then got a text that my audio wasn't working, so we'll have to go through it here again eventually, as we are going to have to move back and forth here. A good spike, but it is out, and it's going to be Riverton's ball, or Riverton's score, I believe, as I'm going to be standing for most of the day, it seems like. Riverton again with a good serve. And now a good set over to number 22. And Riverton bounces it backwards, and that is not going to do it. That's going to be the first points for Lander. So Lander going to get their first serve. It's going to be number 11, Taylor Kostreva. A good setup there to number 10, Cairo Shelsta. And that's going to be a point for the Tigers. I'm going to be set up here and try and make sure that I get everyone's name correctly placed. Another good serve goes right down into a good setup, and a spike goes a little high, and I don't know why they let that go. That was obviously inside. Riverton now up 3-2. We're going to have a switch up here. Number 29, Lizzie Hauser, coming in for what looked like number 7, Jalen Paska. That can't be right. We'll see here. We got some different numbers than we have on the sheets, as a good setup goes and a good push over the net, and now we're going to get another pushback. It's going to be good setup here, and the spike goes a little over the line. Good smart move by Riverton to let them go ahead and keep that one. So on the field, on the court right now for the Froshmore is Paige Wood, Piper Anderson, Taylon Schaefer, and serving right now, number 29, Lizzie Hauser. Gets it over to Lander's side, and ooh, right into the chest of Schaefer. Now serving, number 22. She gets a good one over there. Riverton sets up, and they can't spike it, so they just give a free back over to Lander. This is a good chance for Lander to tie it up. The spike, and it's going to be a nice dig by Riverton there. And now they're going to set it up, and that spike goes right into the net. So now it is tied up. Again, Finley Morton going to serve it here. A good serve, and then goes right back over. This is going to be a good chance for Lander to get the lead, and the spike goes right into the net, and it's going to be Riverton with the point there. Just for everyone that knows, Froshmore and JV go to best of 3, while the coveted varsity game going to go to best of 5. So over now serving for Riverton is going to be Brielle Sandlane. Never heard that name. Maybe she plays other sports, but Lander, a good bounce back, and it's going to be a spike right into the hands of number 7, Jalen Paskett, and she just couldn't get onto it. Number 1, Hadley Weston with a good score. And now a substitution, Kinsey Fixter coming in for Brinley Hammond. Serving is number 18. Is that Miley Harrison, a sophomore, and it goes right into the net. Tigers got the point there. It looks like maybe Riverton tried to touch it and they grabbed the net. Not a good idea. Same thing here. Coleman. And that one goes into the net this time, and it is a solid Riverton point. And another substitution, number 10, Nibe Prue coming in for 18, and that was Miley Harrison. Now serving, number 11, Paige Wood. That's not even going to make it there. That's why we play these Froshmore games, as you got to learn the speed and skill and strength that you're going to need all over the place. So Lander back to serving is number 12, Riley Spice. Maybe. Good bounce back over to Riverton, and the spike goes right back to Lander. Lander's going to try and set up something here for number 5. That's Kinsey Fixter, and it's going to hit the almost said the fence, but it's the net. Serving now for Riverton, Piper Anderson. And good bounce back there. Number 11 going to set up a good spike, and it's going to go up in the air, and it's going to go all the way up into the construction zone. A good spike by Hadley Weston. And they got to get someone to go all the way up there. We don't have any extra balls? No, we do. Okay, here we go. 8-7 Lander. 15 serves in, and it's going to be Hadley Weston that serves, and it hits the net. We've had a lot of those so far. Now serving number 7, Jalen Paskett. She gets it across. Good bounce by Gemma Washburn, and it's going to set up just a free ball back over to Riverton. They didn't know who wanted it first, and now it's going to be another free back to Lander. Lander is going to try and set up a spike here for 22. Finley Morton is out. It is. Riverton got that point, and now it is again Paskett on the serve. And it just bounces right off the arms of number 4, Gemma Washburn. We're gonna have a timeout here. We'll take it with them, our first timeout of the day. It's 10-8, Riverton leading.
Want access to local news, sports, events, and more? Download the WYO Today app. Now available on all platforms. Stream your favorite radio station, submit something to buy, sell, or trade for deals on the dial, or view contests and special coupons. Better yet, the WYO Today app is the best way to access free HD video of Fremont and Hot Springs County athletics. It's all at your fingertips. Head to your app store or visit wyotoday.com to download the WYO Today app now.
If your vehicle needs repair, you can depend on the crew at Extra Care Auto Repair. They can repair almost anything with wheels, gas, diesel, domestic, or import, and their work is top quality and reliable. Extra Care Auto Repair on North Federal in Riverton.
Welcome back. 10-8 is the score. Riverton going to serve, and it's still Paskett with the ball. And a good serve goes right over, and a good setup here. They didn't take full advantage. It gets right back over, and now Riverton going to have a chance of their own, and that's going to go out. Nice, smart move by Lander letting that one go. Makes it 10-9. So now we get a substitution, number 7 coming in. That's Brinley Hammond, and she's going to go right to serving. Going to go right into the arms of number 19, Taylon Schaefer. And now the ball's just up in the air, floating. Riverton with a good dig, and now they get it back over for a little bit of a free ball. It's going to be Lander's chance, and they did not set that up right, but it does go over. And what a shot by number 18, Miley Harrison. And that ties it up at 10 apiece. The serve back over. A good bounce back there by Schaefer, and now it gets over, and Lander going to try and set up a spike. The fake to one of them, and then it ended up going all the way to the far side, and Riverton now, and they're just going to hit that as hard as they can. Riverton now trailing 11-10. The trophy again going to be presented to the winner of the varsity game at 6 o'clock, as that one just goes off the hands. A good ace by Lander. Now we have a timeout by Riverton, and we'll take it with them again. We'll be right back. It's 12-10, Lander.
We believe that everyone deserves a second chance, including us. Hi, I'm Brian Robacher, CEO of Atlantic City Federal Credit Union. And if we said no to you in the past, I'm asking you for a second chance too. In the midst of everything happening, we are committed now more than ever to second chances and when it comes to your finances. An auto loan for your new car, business loans, home loans, and more. Give Atlantic City Federal Credit Union a second chance to give you a second chance. We've been helping our community thrive since 1964, and now it's your turn. Visit AtlanticCity.coop to apply today. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Welcome back. Lander serving now. Number 7, Brindley Hammond with a good serve. Nice putback, but it just almost goes over the fence, or over, I keep saying that, over the net, and Lander now has a 3-point lead. Lander again just renovated this Bob Carey Memorial Fieldhouse, and it was just open for the first time last week on Thursday. They had a great matchup against number 1 Mountain View, as Riverton can't get enough power to go over the net there. Number 5, Adriana Van Vliet tried. Hammond working on 5 straight serves here. But yeah, Mountain View was here on Saturday. It was pink night. It was an amazing night, as Lander got all the way to 5 sets and went to extra serves against the number 1 team in the state, in the Class 3A, I should say. And maybe some of them would consider it in the state. So they had a great game, and Lander hits that one. Riverton gonna get that point. I didn't know if that was in or not, but it was a great game. Great match, 5 sets. Lander came back from 2 sets to 0, and they ended up going all the way to 5. And they kept Mountain View on their toes, as number 19, Taylon Schaefer, is going to serve it right into the net there. Riverton so far, as soon as they get the ball, they have had trouble getting it over the net. Lander gotten a lot of points there from that mistake. Carrie Mulholland, the assistant coach that's coaching the Froshmore team. Miss Jarvis also there on the sideline. Big spike by Kostreva. Riverton gonna try and spike it back, and a good block. Great block actually by, number 18. That's Miley Harrison, and she almost trips on the way out. Lander again, 16-11 now. A good spike goes out though. As that was, who was that? That was number 12, Riley Speece. Apologies if you're watching on WYO Today's YouTube page. It's just a little bit of a weird angle. I'm set up on the bleachers where I didn't want to be. I wanted to set up a little bit higher as Riverton hits that one into the net. Wanted to set up just a little bit higher and not have to move the camera, but my cord is literally 2 feet too short. Lander, a good spike. Riverton, a great block by the front line of Lander, and they get it back over, and now Riverton just gonna hit it out. And Lander saves it twice, as the long hair is covering up the number 11. That's Paige Wood, had a great looking spike, but 2 Lander blockers prepared for that one. The serve, and they're just gonna give a free ball back over to Lander. Good dig, now they just do a light tap over the net and a good spike, and now they're going to do it twice in a row. Riverton, great digs to keep it alive, and now they run into each other. As that was number 22, Finley Morton. She has a rocket of an arm. She was able to spike that twice in a row, and a little bit too much power there. She gets it just over the line. Riverton barely gets that point. Let's see if we can maybe even out. How about that? Maybe that's going to be a little bit better here. Number 13, Sandlane spikes it just a tidbit too hard. Lander is going to get that point again, and they're up 20-13. Looks like we have another timeout, this time by Riverton. We'll be back. It's 20-13, Lander on their home court.
Community Health Centers of Central Wyoming has locations across Fremont County ready to serve you at Du Bois Medical Clinic, Riverton Community Health, and Lander Community Health Pediatrics. We accept all forms of insurance, including Medicaid and Medicare. Are you struggling to get medical care? Ask for their sliding fee scale. From family medicine to pediatrics, Community Health Centers are here to serve you. Call 307-463-7160 or visit chccw.org to schedule your appointment.
All right, 7-point lead right now as Kendall McFadden's going to be one of the sideline judges. She will be on the varsity team trying to get that Keeper of the Gold trophy to remain in Lander. We had a great game back in September. Riverton won it, but that was not for the trophy like today is. As we're 15 minutes in to the festivities here, and it is senior night, so we're going to have a lot of well-dressed ladies walking in front of the cameras here. They're waiting for their turn for senior night as number 18, Miley Harrison with a good serve, and Riverton trying to set something up and a good fake. Got a couple Lander players to move, but either way, they get a good dig. They get the spike back, and it's out. Too hard for number 5, Kinsey Fixter. Number 11, Paige Wood with the serve here. Looking for an ace. I don't think Riverton has had one of those just yet. Doesn't get it there as Lander good with the forearms. And right off the top of the net, good stop there by number 19, Taylon Schaefer. And a good hit there by 14, Piper Anderson. And it's back into a 5-point lead. Again, Wood gonna serve. Got 3 people in the front line. That one well placed. Number 22, Finley Morton with a good setup and a good spike. Gets 2 Lady Wolverines to dive for it. One just hits it right into the bleachers. We got another substitution here. Number 4, Gemma Washburn gonna come in for Finley Morton. She has definitely earned a breather. And Washburn gonna come in and serve. Good stop. And, almost. And Riverton, they just could not get in motion there. And they were not able to communicate where they wanted to go. Number 14, Piper Anderson, dove for it. And then number 19 tried to save it. That's Taylon Schaefer. Another good serve right into the middle. Good setup here. And, I think that one would have been out if they didn't let it stay in. And now they're just going to give him a free ball. And Riverton, again, is just pushing it off to the side, and they're going to give it a free ball, and they almost hit it into the net, and that's going to be 4 hits. Piper Anderson just not in sync with her teammates. She's kind of going off the sidelines and just hitting it as hard as she can back into the middle. Again, Gemma Washburn up. A bad communication there as number 29, Lizzie Hauser, took the ball away from her teammate who might have had a better look at it, and this is going to be match point here. Washburn again with the serve right into the middle, and that libero doing a good job. And Lander with a good save. They're just going to give a free ball back over to Riverton. Riverton can get some points here. And a good spike, but it's going to go out, and they'd save it and then not save it enough, and that's 4. So they got some points, and they're back within 8 points here. Number 3, Gigi Day, has had a pretty good day at libero so far. We're only 40 points in as we had a substitution. I didn't catch the number. Good serve. Lander going to try and set something up. They're just going to give a little fake over, and it's going to be match point for Riverton. I'm sorry, for Lander. And that'll do it for the first match. Your score, 25-16. We'll be back with set number 2 right after this.
B&M Septic and Excavation offers prompt professional service. Call them today for a quote at 850-2200. They serve far and wide across Fremont County and deep. B&M Septic and Excavation is proud to support Fremont County sports.
From one corner of the state to the other, over 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. And to the 18% who don't, we say, let's buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Your tax pros at 672 West Main Street in Lander, Wyoming can handle all your tax needs. Whatever your situation, we know what to do. Call 307-856-2256 today to schedule an appointment. H&R Block is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
A proud sponsor of this broadcast is Bailey Enterprises. For over 50 years, Bailey has become the name you can trust. With Pit Stop Travel Centers, you can fuel up and stock up on trip snacks at locations all over Fremont County. You can also put your trust in Bailey Tire and Auto for service to keep handy for those times when your luck runs out on the road. Refresh at the Speedway Cafe with a dine-in meal or a round of carry-out with a variety of specials to keep you going. Go with Bailey.
Central Wyoming College now offers Bachelor of Applied Science degrees in Early Childhood Education and Organizational Management and Leadership, with an emphasis in outdoor education, tribal leadership, or business and entrepreneurial leadership. CWC offers 3 ways to learn: online, virtual, and in person. Learn, grow, lead, and advance at Central Wyoming College. CWC is leading the way with expanded programs in the Bachelor of Applied Science degrees.
Welcome back. The score here, if I can set that up, is 0-1. Technically, I'm going to put the home team on the home side, and that way it's no confusion as you're watching on Wild Today's YouTube page. Riverton on the left, Lander on the right of the scoreboard, our fancy little volleyball net scoreboard. And starting out the second set, number 11, that's Taylor Kostreva, is going to be serving. Again, the Lander varsity teams take on each other. Lander and Riverton varsity teams take on each other at 6. Good serve and a nice dig there by number 10, Cairo Shista. And doesn't get across on that third hit. Lander's going to get that point. So we'll have another serve here by Kostreva. A good serve again. She has found the placement there that she needs to. And now number 13 with a long spike, and it's going to be too long. That was Brielle Sandlane. As when family calls, you have to answer. So I'm going to take a text message here. Good blockage there by Lander. They got it back across. Riverton now has to get it over. And boy, they have just taken their time getting all 3 just to set up a free ball for Lander. A good spike, and it's going to hit after the dig was just pancaked there. Good spike and kill by number 18, Miley Harrison. She's actually a junior. I don't know if she belongs on the Froshmore team. That or they are rocking different numbers, so I'm going to keep on calling it Miley. 3-0. Kostreva, another good serve, and just off the palms is going to keep it over there, and they're going to take 2 and bring it back over, and number 12, Riley Spees, couldn't get enough underneath it, and she hits it right into the net, and Riverton's going to serve for the first time in this set. It's going to be number 19, Taylin Schaefer. Good serve. And now Kostreva sets up a good spike by Spees, but a better dig by Riverton, and now it's going to be all over again. Yeah, that's going to be... It's going to be Riverton's point. I didn't see why, but I think someone went underneath the net. I think that was number 12, Riley Spees. Again, Taylin Schaefer going to serve for Riverton. Hits it right into the forearms of Hadley Weston, and now just a nice little finger touch there. Get it over, and Lander another good dig. They have had a couple right now. Riverton trying to set something up. They couldn't get over, and they did get it inside the line. Riverton ties it up at 3. The bleachers on the far side, those people are sitting up on the L and the V. This is the first time that they have been allowed to sit up there. They were not even ready on Saturday against Mountain View. Nice movement on Lander's side, but they didn't get a big spike. They just kind of tapped it over. And now we might get the spike, and we do. It's going to be way out and almost hits Kendall McFadden over there in the corner. Way too hard from number 22, Finley Morton. 4 straight serves for Schaefer. And barely gets that one back over, and Riverton just going to send it back in a smart move there by number 13, Bri L. Sandlane. 5-3, Riverton. Schaefer 6 straight serves now. She gets it over right into the waiting forearms of Lander, and a good spike. Great spike by number 18, and that's Miley Harrison again. Now we have substitutions. Number 2, Kate Gallinger coming in for number 1, Hadley Weston. Serving the ball is going to be 22. That's Finley Morton. She had a rocket of an arm in the first set, and she shows it off there as well. They're going to take 2 hits and just tap it over, and now it's a setup for a good spike, and that's way too hard by number 2, Gallinger. First play inside. Now we have a substitution, 29, Lizzie Hauser, coming in for number 5, Adriana Van Vliet. And it's going to be Hauser to come in to serve. Gets it over to Lander's side. They didn't know who wanted it over there, and now number 12, Riley Speece, just has to send it over, and luckily Riverton didn't know who wanted it more either, so it's 6-5. And another substitution, this time for Lander, Kinsey Fixter coming in for Brinley Hammond. Serving is Lander. That's Kostreva. And Riverton having a hard time just figuring out where it's going to go. They finally get it across, and Lander just tried to do too much with it on that far side, and it's going to be a point for Riverton. Now we have substitutions for both. 6 coming in for 18 and 7 coming in for 10 for Lander and Riverton, respectfully. Claire Frankham coming in on Lander. Jalen Paskett coming in for Riverton, and now serving is going to be number 13, Brielle Sandlane for Riverton. And just right into the hands, and now Lander not going to spike it, just going to push it over. Going to give a good chance, and number 11, that's Paige Wood. She couldn't get it across, and yet another substitution. Gigi Day coming in for Sandlane. Now serving is Lander. Good looking serve there, jumping serve by Speece. Good pushover by Riverton to get it back, and now Lander setting up the spike, but instead she just kind of taps it over, and it almost hit the ground. What a great dig by number 3, Gigi Day, but it wasn't enough, and it's going to be tied up at 7. Speece again with the serve. And he gets it over the net there, and number 7, Brinley Hammond. Oh, is that number 3? Her number was all bunched up. Addie Rounds had a good little touch just to get right across the net there. I'm going to keep calling it the fence for no reason. Oh, and if she had let that go, that might not have been an ace, but instead it is an ace for Riley Speece. Speece now trying to get maybe 2 in a row. Gets it across, and a big dig by number 3, Gigi Day, to save it. And now Riverton gives a free ball back over to Lander. They're going to set up the spike for number 2, and she gets it barely across. That's Gallinger, barely over the net. And now again, Lander can't communicate who they want. But it doesn't matter. It was not going to be a point for them as that hit the net. The substitution coming in for Speece is Gemma Washburn. As we watch number 11, Paige Wood, set up to serve. Currently 69 degrees in Lander. Beautiful day outside. We are inside, though, and that goes right out of bounds. Riverton has had some problems serving in this Froshmore game so far. Lander has had the opposite, as Kate Gallinger will see her serve for the first time today. And that's going to be another ace. Lander's had 2 in the last 4 serves. And the Riverton student section not super happy about that. They thought that was a returnable ball. Gallinger again. And again, another ace. Gallinger, man, having it. She's going to do it again. 12-8 currently. Lander already up 1-0. If they win this one, we go right into the JV game. A good serve right into the hands of the libero, Gigi Day, and that spike didn't even get over the net, but the blockers for Lander had enough. And we're going to get a timeout smartly by Riverton. We'll be back right after this.
Riverton Blodorn Lumber is proud to support youth sports. Experience the Blodorn difference. Quality products, design, delivery, and expert service. Blodorn Lumber, 1202 North Federal in Riverton. Blodorn Lumber.
.381 Subs and Salads is the newest addition to Fremont County. They offer salads, sandwiches, ice cream, and Lotus drinks. 381 Subs and Salads is located at 702 East Main Street in Riverton.
381 Subs and Salads, a great addition to Fremont County. Had some the other day, had their meatball sub, and man, that is a good meatball sub down there in Riverton, right down the street from the Ranger and Lander Journal. 13-8, Lander leads it on their home court, and they're serving, and it's Gallinger again. She's had 2 aces in a row. See if she can make it 3. Gigi Day says no. And now the setup, a good fake, and it barely gets over. And a smart move by number 22, Finley Morton, to just keep the ball alive. And now a little touch pass, gets it back up. Riverton's just gonna have to send over a free ball. Lander can take advantage right here. They give it to their tallest player, and it works. Kinsey Fixter with a nice kill. Makes it 14-8. We are waiting for the ball. No one knows where it went. Oh, there it is. Kendall McFadden had to go back behind the new bleachers to get it. Good spike, or good dig there by Gigi. And then a high ball goes back over to Lander, and they're going to set up something again, this time for Morton, and a point for Lander. I don't know the ruling. I've only called 1 game of volleyball in my life, but that was a point for Lander. And Gallinger, again, working off the serve, is doing well. And now just a free ball from number 14, Piper Anderson. Lander able to get it back and spike it, and it's out, and Riverton did not touch it. So Riverton's going to get that ball, and Gallinger's time as a server is going to come to an end. She immediately gets off the court, and it's Hadley Weston coming in for her. Serving for Riverton is Piper Anderson. And that one was a bit long. I'm unsure what happened. I think she stepped on the line, and so it was an automatic point for Lander. We have substitutions coming in now for Lander. Number 7, Brinley Hammond coming in. Another player came in. I'm trying to see who. I think it was Kostreva came up off of her time on the bench. A good serve by Brinley Hammond, and it goes an ace. 17-9. Student section for Lander has not shown up yet, but trust me, when they do, it gets loud in here. Hammond again, ready to serve from the right side, near side. Gets it right into the hands. Ooh, a good spike there by Lander, waiting, and a good block by the same number 18, Miley Harrison. First the spike, and then she planted her feet and jumped right back up to block the ball. Hammond again, ready to serve. 7 points away from a Froshmore victory for the Lady Tigers. Right into Gigi's trusted arms. And now on that far side, just a little touch pass to get over it. Riverton trying to set something up, having trouble. They don't have as much height as Lander seems to, as that goes far backwards, and now they're just going to give a free ball back over to Riverton. Riverton tries to spike it again. A good dig by Hadley Watson. Saves it so Finley Morton can knock it back over, and Gigi barely saves it from going out. And just over the outstretched hands of the blockers. A good hit by Taylon Schaefer. Riverton gets into double-digit mode now. Coming in is going to be Brielle Sandlane. We called her name a lot in that first set. Gigi Day deserves a rest. She's going to get it. Jalen Paskett going to serve from that far side, left side. Good looking one right into the middle. Lander sets up their tallest player. That's Morton again. I'm sorry, that's Harrison again. And the point goes to Lander after a tough out for Riverton. And again, we have substitutions for Riverton. Number 10, Cairo Shelsta, coming in for number 7, Jalen Paskett. Serving is going to be number 11, Taylor Kostrova. Kostrova, nice jumping serve, gets it over. They're going to try and spike it, and they just push it a little bit too far off the side. And now Riverton gives another free ball to Lander, and a good spike again by Miley Harrison. She's going to work her way up to JV if she's not already on there. It's not just because of the height. She has the vision, as our announcer has shown up, wearing some Lander gear, a little Atlanta Braves hat. It looks like, no, that's a Cleveland Indians hat. And that serve just a little bit too long. Riverton going to take the points, the easy points, I should say, as number 19. Is that 18 or 19? 19. That's Taylon Schaefer going to serve. And puts it right where nobody was. Hadley Weston with a pancake there. Just couldn't get enough underneath it. Riverton trying to work the comeback here. Schaefer with the serve. A good looking one right into that same spot. This time Weston gets it and sets up a nice looking spike from number 12, Riley Spees. Good dig though by Cairo Shelsta, I should say. And again, Riverton gets the point. Don't know if they had too many women up front or not, but Riverton is just working with the easy points here. They're getting the points off the line and points up front, as Schaefer again serves it right into the palms of Lander, and they're just going to give a free. It didn't look like Harrison had any idea that was going to her, and now that's going to go away. She should have let that one go. That would have been out of bounds and an easy point for Lander. Instead, it's going to be a point. I'm sorry, it would have been easy points for Riverton. Now it's going to be easy points for Lander, as number 12, Riley Spees, had a good hit. We're going to get substitutions in here. Kate Gallinger coming back in, this time for Hadley Weston. And now Spees is going to serve. Serves it right into number 11, and she didn't get it hard enough. And Wood passes it over to Adriana Van Fleet, and she couldn't get enough underneath it. And we're 3 points away from a match win for the Froshmore Lady Tigers. Spees again, sends it over. They're trying to set something up, and they get it, but a good block by Lander. Too bad it fell on the wrong side of the net for them, and Riverton is now up by 8, down by 8, as we have substitutions coming in. 29 for Riverton. That's Lizzie Hauser. Comes in for Sierra Miller, I believe that was. So she immediately comes in and serves. Good dig to keep it in bounds. Kate Gallinger ends up saving it and going over, and a little fake shot, and it goes right into the scorekeeper. She had to apologize. Number 14 did, Piper Anderson. Just a little bit too hard off her forearm, and it went backwards, and we have more substitutions. Kenzie Fixter coming in for Brinley Hammond. Miley Harrison going to be serving it from this near side. Good strong serve, gets it into Piper Anderson, who tries to set up something, and it works. Number 11, Paige Wood, was in the right place at the right time and served it over the net and over the blockers. Now number 6 coming in, Claire Frankham, and that gives Miley Harrison, the junior, a much needed break. Serving over here on the left side is Brielle Sandlane with the left hand. Nice communication by Lander to set up a spike on the far side. It's going to go and Riverton barely saves it, but not enough as it's going to bounce on their side. And we are, again, 1 point away, and we're going to have more substitutions coming in. Number 4, Gemma Washburn, going to come in for what could be the match point. 24-15 here in the second set. And Washburn sends it over, and the dig goes right back over. That was a smart play by Riverton. And the spike goes back to Riverton, and it's going to be the game for Lander. Lander sets up a good night for the home team as they get the 2-0 set win, 25-15. We'll be back with the JV matchup right after this.
You need an oil change, but you don't have a lot of time. Expressway Lubes on South Federal in Riverton and Highway 789 in Lander provide a fast, professional lube, oil, and filter change. Expressway Lubes, locally owned and proud to support our local student athletes.
High Plains Power is a Touchstone Energy cooperative. What does that mean for you as a Rural Electric Association member? It all comes down to 7 principles: open membership, one voice, one vote, member benefits, independence, education, cooperation, and community. To understand how it all works, we're headed back in time. In 1879, electricity was in major cities, but rural areas were out of luck. In 1935, President FDR made it possible for companies to build power lines to unserved areas. By the time we hit 1941, some 400 electric co-ops had been organized to serve rural America, just like High Plains Power. For more information, visit highplainspower.org.
Wyoglass wants to wish all the Lander Valley Tiger teams good luck this year. Wyoglass is locally owned and operated in Lander. They bleed green. Call or stop in today to get a quote on a window or get a quick fix on your window for a rock chip. Wyoglass is Lander.
Do you need a midday pick-me-up? Lander Coffee Company serves delicious, fresh, roasted coffee, tea, and other drinks. Come to think of it, why not start your day with their quick, healthy breakfasts, like one of their famous acai bowls, or maybe a breakfast burrito? Just need a quick snack? They got you. Stop by, fuel up, and enjoy at 1255 Main Street in Lander at the Lander Coffee Company.
When repairs are complete after a collision, you expect your car, SUV, or truck to look like new. That's the service you'll receive at Stork Auto Body in Riverton. Professionalism and meticulous attention to detail. You can depend on Stork Auto Body, 841 Miniweb Avenue, Riverton.
From the wide open spaces to the canyon near you, Wyoming.com is reaching more homes and businesses than ever before. Now it's getting even better. Wyoming.com, expanding to an area near you.
When you purchase your car, do you know if you got the best payment possible? The answer is probably no. Oftentimes, your loan is packed with additional charges that can drive your monthly payment higher than it should be, costing you thousands of dollars more for your car. Hi, this is Patty, and here is your second chance to get the payment you deserve. Visit Atlantic City Federal Credit Union today for a courtesy loan review. We've helped our members save money by refinancing their vehicle with us. Now it's your turn. Open your eyes to a credit union. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union.
Overhead Door Company of Riverton and Lander is your premier dealer for quality windows and doors, featuring quality brands like Anderson, Colby, Larson Storm Doors, and more. Overhead Door Company is proud to support our Fremont County student athletes.
At some point, everyone is a pedestrian.
When you're driving, yield to pedestrians. Wear light clothing. Walk on a pathway instead of the road.
Look out for pedestrians.
Avoid the distractions like your phone.
Look out for pedestrians, they're everywhere. We are the Wyoming Indian Lady Chiefs. We need you in our stands.
Let's go, all Fremont County athletes. I, Matt Gordon from Fremont Chevy, would like to wish all teams this year good luck and bring back some championships to this county. If you need a new ride to get to and from those away games, stop down at 1401 North Federal Boulevard or call 307-851-3797 and let me help you get to the games. Your sales professional, Matt Gordon.
The Stock Dock is proud to serve all of Fremont County and surrounding areas. They are dedicated to providing the highest level of veterinarian medicine along with friendly and compassionate service. They service all pets of shapes and sizes between dogs and cows and cats and horses. They treat your animal like it's their own. The Stock Dock.
The choice is yours. Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card lets you choose from 5% off instantly at the register or special financing on qualifying purchases. That means no forms, no waiting, no rebates. You can choose 5% off instantly with your Sutherland's credit card. Got a big project? Choose special financing. The choice is yours with Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payment required. See store for details. Only at Sutherland's.
Wyoming Waste hopes that all Fremont County sports teams dismiss their opponents like Wyoming Waste dismisses your trash. They offer services from roll-off cans, commercial, and residential garbage. Wyoming Waste services Fremont County, Hot Springs County, Washakie County. They are open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Please call 307-856-5354 or stop down at the Riverton office, 730 South Broadway. Wyoming Waste wants to wish everyone in Fremont County good luck in their sports this year.
Enjoy fresh-made pizza, pasta, calzones, and subs at Peretz, 519 West Main in Riverton. Open for lunch and dinner Monday through Friday. Closed on weekends. Call 857-7306 to order for pickup or delivery with DoorDash. Peretz.
Midway is at an all-out clear-out for the new 2022 campers with the best price guarantee. Midway has financing with no money down, no payments for the rest of the year. Low interest rates on sweet fifth wheel. Dealer incentives up to $25,000 on toy haulers. Top dollar on trade-ins and door-to-door delivery. It's Midway's all-out clear-out. MidwayCampers.com. Midway, when you expect the best.
Back when I was riding in rodeos, I always made sure I was locked in, good and tight. Now as a touring musician, crisscrossing the country, I still make sure I'm locked in, good and tight. Of course I do.
Hauling ass, heading south, down the road in a Crow Cadillac, coupe bill.
Buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Your car or truck is an investment. When it needs repairs, you need someone you can trust to do the job right. Take it to Gunner's Automotive. They repair all makes and models of cars and trucks, from oil changes to brakes, tires, and more. Gunner's Automotive, 856-2288.
I spend a lot of time driving in Wyoming, and if there's a common theme is that our roads are long and the towns are far apart. Most Wyomingites buckle their seatbelts, but still 20% do not.
Wyoming law dictates that every person in a vehicle must wear a seatbelt at all times. Seatbelts reduce the risk of death by 45% and reduce the risk of injury by 50% in all motor vehicle crashes.
I buckle up to secure my journey and to protect what matters most, my family. Our Yellowstone region is home to breathtaking beauty, but please, drive with caution and buckle your seatbelt, for you and your family's sake.
Remember, Wyoming, your safety is our priority. Please buckle up, not only for your safety, but it's the law.
Welcome back. This is the first time I've really been on camera in my multiple years here, joined by a very special guest, That's the keeper of the gold trophy, as you might be able to maybe see if I can lean this down. There we go. Keeper of the gold trophy. It's the traveling trophy, and it has been in Riverton 4 of the last 6 years, including last year. What I like here is you might be able to see they put the W, but they also make sure everyone knows who brought the L, and that was Lander last season. Lander was able to win back with Demi Stauffenberg, excuse me. That was in 2021. That was actually right when I moved here, and that was one of the first games I got to go to. It was a really fun time, and we were able to actually watch a Lander victory in this matchup, which we have not seen since, even without the trophy up for grabs, and that includes back in September. So I'm going to take this off my ugly mug, and we're going to watch some practice as we get into the pregame show, again sponsored by the Ranger Printers. Look, they bring the L. They put the L on there too. Instead of saving the space for the winners, they just put the L's. They make sure you remember who lost, as if they really need to. Yeah. Well, in this pregame show, we are going to look at some JV team. Yeah, here, take it. I'm sure my stuff's in your way. Here, take a picture if you want. All right, our Ranger Printers pregame show, again brought to you by Ranger Printers at 421 East Main Street in Riverton. We just watched Lander win 2-0. It was getting there for Riverton, but that first set they had a lot of serving errors. The second set they were just unable to get in unison, and they were really just sending balls high flying almost everywhere except for over the net. So Riverton getting their JV team up and ready to practice, and we are getting up and ready to call this JV game, which is hopefully going to be a little bit more competitive on both sides of the ball. Riverton's freshmen, like we said, they have to grow. Everyone here has to grow as Froshmores, and the Froshmore team has a lot of learning to do from these seniors and these juniors that have been playing this game for a lot longer, as we watch some really good spike practicing here from the Riverton team. The coach of the JV team is, I believe, Jennifer Werbelow and Patrick Patterson. Those are the two Riverton coaches. As far as Lander goes, Cassie Jarvis, who was their assistant coach last year under Coach Marissa Powell, as well as Carrie Mulholland, and that's Zoe's mom. Those are the assistant coaches behind Stacy McFadden and Justin Taylor for Lander and Riverton, respectively, and those are going to be the coaches. Tonight, we're going to see a different lineup for the Riverton JV team, I heard. I don't know what exactly that means, but I would imagine that since September 7th, when these two teams played, they've had a lot more experience and a lot more learning of who belongs where and who could possibly contribute better in different spots. So we'll be back with a little bit more of our Ranger Printers pregame show right after this.
Quality in Thermopolis offers great rates, a convenient location, standard room and family rooms with bunk beds. Choice Hotel members earn points while you stay. Quality Inn is proud to support Fremont and Hot Springs County student athletes.
Visit Lander Gambles to make your home feel like new. They will beat any competitor's price. Stop by to speak to one of the sales agents or visit LanderGambles.com. Lander Gambles will help you find the perfect product that fits your budget and lifestyle. Lander Gambles, 420 Main Street, Lander, Wyoming.
For more than 60 years, RTO Point S has been installing quality tires and offering expert vehicle service in Fremont County. With 2 locations on South Federal and West Main in Riverton, RTO Point S is proud to support our Fremont County student athletes.
Head to Nana's Bowling and Bakery in DuBois for Family Fun Night. Now booking parties for all ages and occasions. To reserve your company, family, or birthday party, call 455-3660. Nana's Bowling and Bakery is proud to support Fremont County student athletes.
If you're planning home improvement projects, look no further than Valley Lumber. They provide nothing but the best from lumber, power tools, hardware, paint, plumbing supplies. If you need it, they have it. Valley Lumber at 290 North 2nd Street in Lander.
Are you a caring person that wants to help but not sure where to go? Wyoming Senior Citizen Inc. is looking for caregivers across the state. Call 307-856-6880 to find out more information. They would like to wish all Fremont County athletes good luck this year.
Service Plumbing in Riverton serves all of Fremont County for both new construction and repairs. For a bid on your next plumbing project, bring your plans to Service Plumbing, 201 Webwood Road in Riverton. Service Plumbing, proud to support our Fremont County athletes.
Want access to local news, sports, events, and more? Download the WYO Today app. Now available on all platforms. Stream your favorite radio station, submit something to buy, sell, or trade for deals on the dial, or view contests and special coupons. Better yet, the WYO Today app is the best way to access free HD video of Fremont and Hot Springs County athletics. It's all at your fingertips. Head to your app store or visit wyotoday.com to download the WYO Today app now.
If your vehicle needs repair, you can depend on the crew at Extra Care Auto Repair. They can repair almost anything with wheels, gas, diesel, domestic, or import, and their work is top quality and reliable. Extra Care Auto Repair on North Federal in Riverton.
We believe that everyone deserves a second chance, including us. Hi, I'm Brian Robacher, CEO of Atlantic City Federal Credit Union. And if we said no to you in the past, I'm asking you for a second chance too. In the midst of everything happening, we are committed now more than ever to second chances and when it comes to your finances. An auto loan for your new car, business loans, home loans, and more. Give Atlantic City Federal Credit Union a second chance to give you a second chance. We've been helping our community thrive since 1964, and now it's your turn. Visit AtlanticCity.coop to apply today. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Welcome back to this Ranger Printers pregame show. We're getting some final practice shots in here. Lander has really grown this season. I'm not a homer by any chance. I live in Riverton. I have a lot of friends that are Riverton graduates and Riverton students. As the sports director, I get to talk to pretty much everyone in Fremont and Hot Springs County. And so I know a lot of Riverton players, and I know a lot of these seniors from the last couple years of calling soccer, as well as calling just all sports in general, women's basketball, boys basketball. We have football, and we've actually been to some girls swim meets a lot more regularly out in Riverton. But man, Lander has grown a lot since I started watching them at the beginning of this season. They have really not just grown in height, but in skill. And if you watched if you read the newspaper tomorrow, the Lander Journal and Ranger, you'll see that this past Saturday, it really showed against Mountain View as they, like I said, brought the #1 team in 3A and possibly the state to 5 sets and made them have extra serves in that set to win. Riverton, on the other hand, has also grown quite a bit. Their team has a lot of experience, lots of seniors. I'm looking right now at 1, 2, 3, 4 seniors: Riley Johnson, Paisley Jackson, Georgia Fassanini, and Emmy Weber and Maddie Fossey, so 5. Actually can't count. Meanwhile, Lander, they have a good amount of seniors as well. Isabella Bird, she got her 1,000th assist the other day against Lyman. Tegan Pickard, their libero, great libero there. Sandra St. Clair, we've talked to her quite a bit after basketball. She's made a lot of big plays. And Aislinn Donahue and Avery Crane, they lead this team. And it's going to be one of the nights that those seniors are going to have to step up as we are about to exit our pregame. Well, we're actually just going to listen to the starters here as Mr. Noseep, the voice of most Lander athletics. You hear him at the football games, at the basketball games, all over. So I think, and we didn't get a national anthem in front of the Froshmore game, but I believe we're going to have one here in front of the JV game. We will see. Riverton comes out, their JV team much taller, much bigger than their Froshmore team. Oh, this is going to be our senior recognition, I believe. Yeah, the Lander fans have come out in their numbers. As Coach Mulholland, Coach Jarvis sitting on the sideline for Lander, And no, we're not going to get. See, now they just stood up to give them high fives. I don't blame them at all. So we're going to go ahead and get this pregame show over with thanks to Ranger Printers. Again, if you need anything from banners to sports programs to binders to faxes, copies, anything, you name it, you can go to 421 East Main Street in Riverton. And even if you don't want to, there is free ice cream 24/7 at the Ranger and Lander Journal there at 421 East Main Street. And you got to come first. First come, first serve, as I should say, as some of the best ice cream available is pretty much taken up by my wife. So you got to get there before her. And we have a set right off the bat. The serve going to go back to Riverton, and their number's much harder to read as Riverton gets that. I believe they were touching the net on Lander's side, and that's going to be a score 1 for Riverton. Good serve here as the JV team is well underway. Lander, a nice spike back. It would have been maybe out, and now a better spike as a better dig comes from Lander's side, and now they're going to get over and just barely gets it over as the back of Lander's jersey is much easier to read, and that was number 16, Alexa Coleman. Coleman now sends it over. Riverton sets up a nice looking spike, and right into the chest of a Lander player as Miley Harrison is put on the JV jersey, taking off the Froshmore jersey, and now Lander going to get that point as Riverton took a step off of the line. I'm going to have to rip this to get the numbers in view. Again, Coleman with a good serve, but it's a little bit too strong and it's out. Riverton now ties it up 2-2. I want to thank a bunch of our sponsors that are rolling on that bottom left side of your screen. If you watch any of our live sports, they are the reason why. Nice setup there by Miley Harrison, and it's going to be a good looking spike and off the hands of number 11, Nora Pfister. They have their numbers a little bit differently placed here. Good spike there, or good serve there by Sandra St. Clair, but a good dig and almost a block. And what did we call? Looks like Lander unable to get out of their own way here. Riverton now with the ball, and we have a substitution, number 7, Tatum Tyra coming in. The serve across, and a setup there. I'm trying to read numbers as I do this. It was a lot easier with the Froshmore jersey. What a good block, though, by Lander. And that was number 6, Sabella Baker. But it did go to, the point went to Riverton. It looks like it went out of bounds, and that's why. And that one, another point for Riverton, as that one was out on the strong spike by number 15, Betsy Brown. Couple strong serves here for Riverton. They're able to get it across, and they weren't able to do anything with that. They're going to send over a free ball. And then Riverton sends over a free ball of their own on accident. A little tip touch pass to get it over. And now the spike incoming from Lander. Good dig there. Hair covering up the number, but a good dig by Riverton. And now the setup is a little bit far away. It's going to be a free ball to set it back up. Nora Pfister gets it over in a good touch pass. No spike needed. Riverton watches that go out of bounds, and that is the 3rd straight point for Riverton off of a strong hit. Cadence McGuffey has been the server now that I can finally see her number past her hair. McGuffey sends it over. And, Riverton, a little bit of miscommunication there. Number 2, Cambry Jevney, wasn't in position, lets it go right off her hands. We have 2 substitutions, 24 and 9 coming in for Lander. That's Shady Jumker and Ava Gerlach. I'm really sorry if I am butchering those names. And it's Jumker that serves it, and it's a little bit too hard and to the right, and it's going to be out of bounds. Now Riverton has Georgia Fasanini coming in, the senior, and she comes in for number 2. That's Cambry Jevney. The serve from Riverton. Oh, and it's an ace off the hands of Harlow Baker. Harlow, we called her at the end of the soccer season last year. She had a good amount of minutes heading into that state tournament for the Lady Tigers, who are on to their 3rd coach in 3 years. I'm sure they will have just as much success as they've had the last couple years. Losing to Cody last year was a really sad moment, as that ball was again out of bounds off of a tough spike. And we're going to get a timeout here from Coach Jarvis. Lander needs it. We'll be back 9-4. It's Riverton on top.
Community Health Centers of Central Wyoming has locations across Fremont County ready to serve you at DuBois Medical Clinic, Riverton Community Health, and Lander Community Health Pediatrics. We accept all forms of insurance, including Medicaid and Medicare. Are you struggling to get medical care? Ask for their sliding fee scale. From family medicine to pediatrics, Community Health Centers are here to serve you. Call 307-463-7160 or visit chccw.org to schedule your appointment.
Welcome back. Lander, Coach Jarvis was a little bit animated there. It's going to be number 1, Braden Mossbrucker, the sophomore, that's going to serve it up here for Riverton. 9-4 game, still in that first set here of the JV matchup. A good dig there to make sure that it doesn't go any further, and a better spike by number 6, Sabella Baker. Makes it a 4-point game. And it looks like Baker is going to be the one serving as well. No. Again, can't read the front of their jerseys at all. Green on gray may not be the best, and it doesn't matter as that one goes right into the net. Point for Riverton. Alexis Taylor going to serve this one for Riverton. Almost right on the line, and now they get it back up, and they're going to have to give a free ball, and they do. A nice dig, saves it, and Riverton barely gets it back over the net. Shady Jumper, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, gets it over nicely, and Riverton with the touch. What a nice little touch by Georgia Fassanini. Fassanini is an exchange student. And I thought it was 11-5. I believe it's 10-5 based off of the scoreboard. Now it's 11-5 as Riverton gets that one with their tallest player on the court, Tatum Tyra, the sophomore, just barely has to jump over the net. 32, Addie Alley serving. Nice dig there by Taylor Worthy. They get it back over, just a free ball, and now Riverton looks to spike it with Tatum. Nice save there by Jumker, and a free ball, but too much, and it's 12-5. Or is it? I think we're just going to get a reserve. I really don't know why the scorekeeper hasn't added that point. Another free ball here for Riverton, and Tatum knew that the ball was going to come to her, but they fake it, and the block by number 6 and number 9, Sabella Baker and Ava Gerlach. Make it 6-11. It's going to be Baker serving the ball here. Boy, I bet my wife wishes she has that vertical. She can barely jump an inch. Nice serve by Baker. And ooh, a great dig by Lander to keep the play in bounds, and they're just going to have to free it over. The setup, and it goes way higher and backwards. So now, ooh, I thought they were going to give that ball back, but instead, number 6, Cadence McGuffey, just takes it and palms it into the net. So again, Sabella Baker spikes it into the Riverton side from the very middle of the court. Now Tatum just has to push it over, and we had 2 Lander Lady Tigers trying to go for it at the same time. Ran into each other, and it didn't matter. Riverton was going to get that point. And now it's going to be Tatum that's going to serve. We haven't seen her serve yet. Nice forearm dig there to keep it in, and Riverton gets it back over. Oh, a nice little touch on the second pass. And again, they just free it over. Riverton looking for a spike. They might have it with Tatum. No, blocked and off the fingers as Nora Pfisterer got it over, and a save there by Riverton to keep it, but they couldn't do much with that as it just went a little bit wobbly, and it's now 8-12. Riverton. 13, I'm sorry, Riverton. Subs coming in, number 15 and number 18 for Lander. That's Betsy Brown and Miley Harrison. We definitely called Miley's name a lot in that Froshmore game, and she's going to serve to start off this set right here, or this play. Riverton, just has to go and run at it. Nice save there by number 11, Nora Pfisterer, and then that time they could not save it. Just right in the middle of all 5 of them. It's called a campfire. Here we go again with Harrison. Hard off the forearms, but it doesn't matter. They're going to just touch it over, and Lander going to have a chance here to spike it themselves. They go all the way to the far corner, and it's saved by their libero. What a fingertip block back up into the air. Saved it up, and now, off the top was number 15, Betsy Brown. Couldn't get it over. 14-9 as we have more subs coming in. Cambry Jevney. Riverton serving up 5. And just barely off of the top of the net. Now Lander has a chance to spike it. Sandra St. Clair does so. And that's 23. I don't have a 23 on my... Now, I know what Sandra St. Clair looks like, and I'm pretty sure that's her, but 23 is the number that was just on there. 10-14, as Riverton looks to set up a big spike, and she couldn't even get it over the net, and it's not going to matter. It goes backwards and off the underside of the net. Number 1, Braden Mossbrucker, unable to get that one there. And it did not go out. You could hear the Riverton team count out, and it was not. Number 3 with that ace right there. That's Addie Rounds. Rounds again with the serve. Gets it over, and now Tatum. What a dig and a save. And the diving save gets it back over to Riverton. And again, they're going to try the same thing, this time a little bit higher. Gets across the net, and now Lander just going to have to free it up and give it back over. A good-looking spike, but it's out. And Lander very close to tying this thing up. Rosa Ramos, the libero, did a good job keeping it in bounds for Riverton, but just could not get much more after it. And now Riverton, what a block by Lander again, as the little fake touch by Mossbrucker barely goes over, and now they try it again, and this time Riverton's 22, Alexis Taylor, doesn't give Ramos a chance to tie, and now it's tied up. Lander 14, Riverton 14. The serve by Rounds gets over, and again, Riverton just trying to do a little touch pass over the net. They're not really spiking it like that right there, and that spike went off the hands of Riverton, and suddenly Lander is up after being down by 6 just a few minutes ago, and now it's a timeout. Riverton. We'll be right back after this.
B&M Septic and Excavation offers prompt professional service. Call them today for a quote at 850-2200. They serve far and wide across Fremont County and deep. B&M Septic and Excavation is proud to support Fremont County sports.
From one corner of the state to the other, over 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. And to the 18% who don't, we say, let's buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Welcome back. Big old switcheroo here as Lander was down 14-10. Now they are up 15-14. At one point they were down 6. Addie Rounds still serving for Lander. They get it back over. Mossbrucker sends it over from about 5 feet away from the net, and Lander, boy, they just pushed it a little bit too high. That's not even going to go onto the other side of the net, and it's going to be tied back up again, 15-15. Who's going to serve it for Lander now? That looks like number 11, Nora Pfister, the junior. And it just goes right into the bottom of the net. Lander takes the easy points there. Coach Werbelow just smiling at that one. Has number 23. Again, I don't have a 23, but I'm 99% positive that's Sandra St. Clair. Oh, number 2, Cambry Jevney puts her hands on her head. She doesn't even know why she did that. She pushed it back towards her teammate, but didn't have any momentum behind it. As St. Clair, I'm just going to continue to call her St. Clair, even though she's not wearing that number. And nice little touch over the net, but it was too far over, and Riverton's going to take that point as their hand went way over the side of the net. Who was that? I believe that was 18, Miley Harrison. Coming in now, 19, Taylor Worthy. Coming out is number 23, who I got a good look at her face, and that was Sandra. So Riverton with the serve. Up in the air for Lander. And Lander didn't even attempt to try and put it over the net. I think they thought it was going to go over the net. Instead, Riverton ties it up 17-17. The serve by Riverton, and now a much better setup, but it still goes a little bit too far. And number 15 just has to save it, Betsy Brown, and push it over for a free. Same with Riverton. They're just going to keep freeing it up for each other. Here could be a possible spike, and they try, and it gets it, and it works. Good looking spike by Landers, number 6, Sabella Baker. Now coming in 24, coming in number 9, Ava Gerlach, and Shady Jumker. Maybe it's Junker. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but either way, Jumker is serving. I don't know if Lander's team was even ready for that, but Riverton was. They get the spike, but a good block by Lander, and it doesn't matter. That's a good point. The double block by 9 and 6, Sabella Baker and Ava Gerlach. Again, Jumker going to serve. Up now by 2. They get it back, and Riverton didn't get the angle that they wanted on it, and now Lander going to try it again. They get a good spike, but a little bit too soft. Goes over, and Riverton just going to touch it over the net. And a long spike goes way over the line. Riverton back within 1 here. Serving over to Lander. Jumker sets it up for a nice spike, but it was a little bit too far away. Riverton saves it with Mossbrucker. Mossbrucker able to set up something, but too far away, and I don't know if Lander knew who was going for that, but one player fell to the ground. That was number 19, Taylor Worthy. She was unprepared for that one, as Mossbrucker now working on 3 straight serves. Jumker has to go back into the middle to set it back up for her teammates, and instead they kind of just give over a free ball. Riverton trying to spike it, and again a campfire. No one for Lander knew what was happening there. They all watched it fall right in the middle of them, and right after seeing that, Coach Jarvis is going to send back in Sandra. Sandra replaces Taylor Worthy, as Mossbrucker going to serve for the 4th straight time. A nice save there by Sabella Baker, and they just free it up back over to Mossbrucker, or I'm sorry, to Nora Pfister, and ooh, what a spike by Addie Alley, just not enough over the net, and it's going to hit that net, and it's going to make it 20-20. So now coming in, Alexa Coleman for Addie Rounds, who has been in here the whole game, the whole set, I should say. Ooh, and number 6, Sabella Baker, couldn't get that one over, so Riverton takes the easy points. Serving now is Addie Alley, the sophomore for Riverton. Barely over the net, and that tricked out Lander enough that they didn't know where to go with that one. So that would technically be an ace by Addie Alley. Alley going to work with a 2-point lead now. That one much clearer over the net, and that setup is just touched by the fist of Lander, and Riverton didn't know where they were going to be at on the near side. Makes it 21-22, and now serving is going to be Sabella Baker. No, I'm sorry, that's Ava Gerlach. And Gerlach gets it over. Put up in the air by McGuffey, and saved and sent out by Nora Pfisterer. So we're back to a tie game, 22-22. Gerlach again. No, I am sorry, that is Sabella Baker. Number 9, number 6, and number 8 are all on the court. Still a good serve. Riverton got it back over. Lander, ooh, just barely touches it over the blocker. And that's a jump ball signal for Riverton. I actually don't know what that means in volleyball. I think we're just going to reserve, as I think there was a multiple penalties right at the net. I think Lander stuck their hand over. I think Riverton was underneath the net. So setting up for another serve is Baker. Daisy, thank you so much. Daisy what? Okay, so it's Daisy St. Brown, or St. Clair.
Yeah, it's Daisy.
Daisy, thank you so much. A fan came up and gave me the right name. 23 is Daisy Baker. Or I'm sorry, not Daisy Baker, Daisy St. Clair, who is not even on my roster at all. As we have a timeout from Lander, I'm going to just keep... Oh, Daisy Goklish is on the freshman team. But Sandra St. Clair on the varsity team. I just figured she might have played some JV. There's a lot of girls that do that. But either way, Lander up 23-22, and I've wasted too much of this timeout to take a break, so I'm going to leave it here. 23 is Daisy Goklish. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. Maybe she'll give me a thumbs up. Goklish, one or the other, but Lander serving and Baker is going to be the one up. Sabella has been up for quite a minute now. Lander 2 points away from winning the first set of the JV game, and there was a good little tip over by Lander. And now with the spike, Daisy gets it way off of the hands of Riverton, and that's going to make it 24-22. Riverton was leading for much of this game, of this set, I should say, and has now found themselves 1 point away from falling in the first set. Again, these games have always been competitive. You never have to look at their record or their stats. They are always going to make these games highly competitive and highly close. And just a little touch pass over the net. Riverton looking at the spike, and it goes right off the chest of number 11, Nora Pfisterer, and that's going to be first set belonging to Lander. When we come back, the second set.
Pros at 672 West Main Street in Lander, Wyoming can handle all your tax needs. Whatever your situation, we know what to do. Call 307-856-2256 today to schedule an appointment. H&R Block is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
A proud sponsor of this broadcast is Bailey Enterprises. For over 50 years, Bailey has become the name you can trust. With Pit Stop Travel Centers, you can fuel up and stock up on trip snacks at locations all over Fremont County. You can also put your trust in Bailey Tire and Auto for service to keep handy for those times when your luck runs out on the road. Refresh at the Speedway Cafe with a dine-in meal or a round of carry-out with a variety of specials to keep you going. Go with Bailey.
Central Wyoming College now offers Bachelor of Applied Science degrees in Early Childhood Education and Organizational Management and Leadership, with an emphasis in outdoor education, tribal leadership, or business and entrepreneurial leadership. CWC offers 3 ways to learn: online, virtual, and in person. Learn, grow, lead, and advance at Central Wyoming College. CWC is leading the way with expanded programs in the Bachelor of Applied Science degrees.
Riverton Blowdorn Lumber is proud to support youth sports. Experience the Blowdorn difference. Quality products, design, delivery, and expert service. Blowdorn Lumber, 1202 North Federal in Riverton. Blowdorn Lumber.
Welcome back. A minute and 15 to go. I want to apologize to Daisy's parents if they're listening. I believe it is Goklish. But yeah, when I'm not wearing my glasses, I can't see a thing unless it is a street sign very far away. So we're going to try and read the right numbers here. Looking like Lander's sending out number 3, Addie Rounds, number 18, Miley Harrison. Those are the only numbers I can see. Number 15, Betsy Brown. Number 23, that's Daisy. Number 6, that's Sabella Baker. And number 8, that's Harlow Baker. Riverton, on the other hand, sends out number 7. That's Tatum Tyra. Number 2, that's Cambry Jevney. Number 32, that's Addie Alley. And then Hare is covering the rest. That's Braden Mossbrucker. That's Nora Pfister, and there's one more. And serving is going to be Maddie. I'm sorry, that's not Maddie. That's, Lander. A little bit of a confused look there as number 3, Celia Mejarado. I'm sorry. Man, I'm so sorry. The numbers are just being covered up by their hair. That's Cambry Jevney gets the first point for Riverton. Jevney again serves over. This time a little bit of a better setup for Lander. They're just going to have to free it up, though, and give it back to Riverton. Now Jevney sets up a spike, and it goes off the top of the net and off the hands of number 3, Addie Rounds. Now ready to serve is Lander. Good serve, back over to Jevney. The spike, and it goes right past the outstretched hands of Sabella Baker. Riverton up 2-1. Now serving number 11, Nora Pfister. A good serve, but it goes out, I believe, and it is out. So 2-2 now, Lander. Bunch of little girls watching volleyball here, and you can tell they want to be volleyball players when they're older. They all have the little pink freshman balls that were thrown out at the beginning of the game, and that's out on Lander. So we're trading out of bounds plays here as number 6, Cadence McGuffey, is a freshman, the only freshman on this JV team. She's obviously earned it, but right there puts that one right in the net. So Lander ties it up with the easy look point there. Now 23, this is Daisy Goklish. Probably the coolest shoes out on the court, for being honest. Those not bright neon look like KD's, but I know they're not. And Lander can't get enough underneath it, and it goes under the net. And we have some subs coming in. 14 for Riverton, 19 for Lander. That's Taylor Worthy for Lander. That's Georgia Fassanini coming in for Riverton. Serving is going to be number 1, Braden Mossbrucker. And Mossbrucker sends it over. I just realized I didn't update the score, my bad. Point for Lander. As now we have more substitutions coming in. 25, Sydney Ayers coming in, and number 9, Ava Gerlach coming in. And Ayers is going to go right to the serving position. The serve goes over. A nice setup here, and it goes past the outstretched hands of Lander's blockers. Good point by Riverton. Nice setup there, and serve by number 14, Georgia Fassanini. And it's Addie Alley serving, gets it right up to the libero. Libero, and a little touch over. It wasn't going to be a spike. It was too far away, and now the spike from Riverton doesn't go past the net. Lander with the point. Lander won the Froshmore game 2-0. Now they're up 1-0 as number 16, Alexa Coleman, comes in for Addie Rounds. Good serve there by Lander, and Riverton almost looked like they were going to fake on the second, and the dig turns into a pancake by number 3. Or I'm sorry, number 8. That's Harlow Baker. Now serving Rosa Ramos, the sophomore from Riverton. Boy, she's got a cannon on that arm. She shot it over without even a step forward. Now Ramos going to set it up and just barely tapped it over, and it's going to be out of bounds. I don't think number 1, Braden Mossbrucker, really meant to push that over, but they did. Another substitution. Daisy coming in this time for number 9, Ava Gerlach. The serve by Lander goes over well, and now Riverton trying to set up. They didn't even spike it. They sent over a free instead. Maybe a mistake, but Lander going to try themselves to spike a great dig. Great dig by Braden Mossbrucker, and now another great dig, this time by Lander's Sabella Baker, and Riverton going to get a free ball here to try and get it up, and they do. The spike goes long, and Baker sends it way up in the air, almost hits the backboard of the basketball goal all the way up at the top. And a diving save wasn't enough for Sabella Baker, and Riverton going to get this ball back. Or is Lander going to get this ball back? I missed the call. The line judge double checking with the actual other referee here. So Baker sends it over, up 1. The setup for the spike on that far side, that's where they've been liking it all day long, is on that far side. And now, right off the top of the net, a little bit of a block, and now a better block by Riverton as Lander just tries to barely touch it over. And that was going to be that was going to be Nora Pfisterer that was going to put the block up, but hit the top of the net either way. Ooh. Sending it over is Cambry Jevney. Jevney hits it right into the hands of Alexa Coleman, and now the setup for the spike is way long. Riverton gets those points, and Coach Jarvis telling them to just calm down. Lander just needs to calm down as Jevney is set up to serve one more time. A 1-point lead for Riverton, down 1-0. Again, a high ball here, and now we have 2 or 3 Lander players going for it. Ooh, and a little back and forth over the net, and it's going to be Lander setting this up one more time. Alexa Coleman gets it over, and it's off the hands of Riverton and out of bounds. Back and forth this game has been. Betsy Brown about to come in for Sydney Ayers, and 18, Miley Harrison coming in for Ava Gerlach, and it's going to be Miley serving, and she gets a good serve right over to their libero, and now Lander going to be able to set up something right in the middle, and Daisy tries and succeeds. Over the outstretched hands of Cambry Jevney. Miley Harrison just bouncing it as hard as she can on the ground. That's what I was doing at Walmart earlier with the dodgeballs. Again, Riverton sets up on that far side corner, and they love that spot, and they get that point because they love that spot, and they've been practicing that a lot, it looks like. This game means a lot more than just a win in the win column or a loss in the loss column. It is a big trophy up for grabs, and that's going to be a good-looking ace. As Riverton's number 11, I'm looking at the wrong one, Nora Pfisterer with a great ace there, makes it 10-9. Tries it again, but Lander gets behind it, gets underneath it, and they're just going to give him a free ball. Lander can try this again. Jevney going up for it, and a nice block by Lander. Daisy gets her hands on it first, but she was helped there by her teammate, number 15, Betsy Brown. Serving now is Alexa Coleman. Coleman sends it over right into Ramos's hands. Ooh, a nice little fingertip block, and it was able to stay in the air long enough for Coleman to get to it. Riverton now sends it way off sides, and they're going to have to just free it up back over to Lander. Lander trying to set something up, and the spike doesn't make it past the net. Close, but not close enough, as number 3, Addie Rounds, coming in. That was Ava Gerlach that couldn't get it over the net there. Now serving, number 6, Cadence McGuffey. She gets it over, and right off the forearms, a little bit too backward, or too hard, and goes backwards. So they're going to have to free it up and get it back over to Riverton. Riverton now trying to set up something, and from that opposite side, they get it over the hands of Daisy and Ava. 2-point lead for Riverton. Back to Cadence McGuffey. And that little touch pass now goes off the fist. Well done there by Alexa Coleman. Riverton going to spike it, and it's going to stay barely in bounds. Riverton now up 3. This little girl with the pink bow in her hair is having a great time. She's not even watching the game. A good serve over to Lander. Daisy going to spike it, and it stays in. It does stay in. Lander with the point. Boy, that was right on the line. If we were in tennis, we'd need one of those little review cameras. And it's going to be Daisy that's actually going to serve this. Daisy with the neon shoes, and it doesn't get past the net. Riverton will take those easy points every day. Daisy going to take a breather now. Coming in is Taylor Worthy. And coming in for Riverton is Georgia Fasanini. Coming in for Jevney. Number 1, Braden Mossbrucker going to serve. She gets it over right into the fists of Lander, and that one's going to be out too hard by number 16, Alexa Coleman. Again, Mossbrucker. I put the point on the wrong team. 15-11 is the score. And they're just going to put a little fist on the ball and send it over. Lander trying to set something up for one of their taller players. Instead, it's just going to be Coleman lightly tapping it over, and she gets the points. Or does she? She must have touched the net on the way in, because Mossbrucker's still going here. Lander can't get out of their own way. Riverton a little back and forth. They're setting it up for this corner shot, and they get it, but a nice dig. And both Lander players right there didn't know who wanted it more. They still get it over. Mossbrucker sets up the spike, and they save it. Lander does, but they're going to have to free it up and get it back over. Barely saved by Lander. Now they're sending it all the way back. Again, just free balls back and forth. They're going to have to try and find a way to get a big point, either team here. There's the spike, hits the blocker, back into the hands of number 8, Harlow Baker. That one goes over the net, touched a little bit on the top, and Riverton sends it back over. Coleman sets it up for Baker. Baker taps it over, and the pancake by Riverton makes it a 16-12 game. Coming in again is Sydney Ayers. Ava Gerlach also coming in. Coming out is Betsy Brown and Miley Harrison. And Ayers going to serve it. Good save by Mossbrucker to set it up, and a good dig there by Lander to get it back over. And I don't think Sabella Baker knew the high point of that ball, but she did not get there in time. Now serving is Riverton, and it's Addie Alley, the sophomore, and it goes right into the net. Now serving, it's going to be Harlow Baker. Down 14. I didn't see who came in. Alexa Coleman came back in, and Baker sends it over. Big setup for their tallest player. Great dig by Baker, but it wasn't enough. That point will go to Tyra Tatum with the spike, by far the tallest player. And now Ramos actually going to come in for Tatum. And Ramos going to serve. Up by 5. And that, just barely hits the net. They're going to keep it alive somehow. Great job by Lander to get it over. Riverton with the spike. Good dig by number 19, Taylor Worthy, and then it wasn't enough as Riverton sent it back over. Makes it a 6-point lead. Ramos going to serve again. 3 Lander players kind of cleared out just for Taylor Worthy to send it back up, and Ramos now has to save it. Gets it set up, and too hard of a spike there. That time by number 11, Nora Pfisterer. 19-14. More substitutions. Daisy coming back in, this time for Worthy. Worthy has really worked out a sweat on this court. Barely gets over the net there. Riverton going to spike, and off the fingertips of 2 different Lander players makes it 20-14. Riverton and Lander both asking for the ball. Went right into the section of girls that are sitting here eating what looks like Taco John's. We got a concession stand here full of food. Had a hot dog during the break, and that dig turns into a pancake. Riverton gets the ace. And a timeout by Coach Jarvis. I don't blame her. 21-14 is the score. We'll be back right after this.
381 Subs and Salads is the newest addition to Fremont County. They offer salads, sandwiches, ice cream, and Lotus drinks. 381 Subs and Salads is located at 702 East Main Street in Riverton.
You need an oil change, but you don't have a lot of time. Expressway Lubes on South Federal in Riverton and Highway 789 in Lander provide a fast, professional lube, oil, and filter change. Expressway Lubes, locally owned and proud to support our local student athletes.
Welcome back. 21-14, Riverton on top. Looking to get that first set win of the day. Froshmore's lost to Lander. Froshmore's 2-0. Right now, Lander up 1-0 in these sets. Serving is Jevney for Riverton. Nice little stop there by Alexa Coleman, and they're just going to have to free ball it over. Jevney with the big setup, and they're just going to fake a little touch pad or a tip over by Mossbrucker. Now Mossbrucker's going to take the spike both times. Has been blocked by double Lander blockers. And now Lander going to get a chance to do something similar. They're going to send it up to Daisy. Daisy gets it over the net, right into Jevney's hands. Now Mossbrucker back to Pfisterer. Pfisterer sends it over, but not hard enough. And Lander just going to have to spike it barely over. A nice little save there by Daisy. Not enough underneath it for Jevney. And almost immediately we have double substitutions coming in. Betsy Brown coming in. Miley Harrison coming in. Harrison going to sit there and serve. Down by 6. 2 sets will win you a JV game. The serve goes right into Mossbrucker. Now Jevney sends it back up to Mossbrucker. She fakes the spike and gets a little tip over, and that's going to be good enough to get Lander to hit it a little bit too hard and out of bounds. Who's going to serve now? Number 11, that's Nora Pfisterer, the junior. Ooh, what a hard hit off the forearms. Goes way up in the air, and Lander just going to have to kind of work with what they got. Now Jevney sets it up, and again, just a little touch, but not enough, as Mossbrucker can't get it over the net. More substitutions coming in. Addie Rounds coming in for Lander. They like to keep some fresh legs in there, as Rounds is going to come in and immediately serve. Barely gets it over the net, and a good dig and save. Oh, and then they spike it right back to her, and what a save by Ramos. Ramos barely gets it over in that one. Good enough for Lander. Who was that? That was number 16, Alexa Coleman, that got that point. Or was that Miley Harrison? That was actually Harrison that tipped it over and right into the open space in the back corner. Again, Addie Rounds gonna serve. And way hard, but almost an ace, and it will be an ace. Addie Rounds, 3 straight serves now. Only down by 4. Riverton's been up a couple times in this set. And that one, another ace, 2 in a row. And it looks like Riverton's going to call a timeout, and I don't blame them either. 22-19. This was a 6-point game just a few serves ago.
High Plains Power is a Touchstone Energy cooperative. What does that mean for you as a Rural Electric Association member? It all comes down to 7 principles: open membership, one voice, one vote, member benefits, independence, education, cooperation, and community. To understand how it all works, we're headed back in time. In 1879, electricity was in major cities, but rural areas were out of luck. In 1935, President FDR made it possible for companies to build power lines to unserved areas. By the time we hit 1941, some 400 electric co-ops had been organized to serve rural America, just like High Plains Power. For more information, visit highplainspower.org.
Welcome back. Big thanks to High Plains Power. They've been a big sponsor for a long time. Addie Rounds served it over. Riverton gave him a free chance. And now Daisy with a good spike, but Ramos was right there. Jevney now looks like she was trying to spike it. She's not the tallest player on the team. And now on this corner, just a little tip over by number 8, Harlow Baker, and boom, just like that, it's 22-20. Lander could pull off a huge upset, or I'm sorry, not an upset, a comeback. Both teams, like I said, there is no such thing as upsets here. And boy, number 11, Nora Pfister, thought that was long, but it was only holding a 1-point lead in this set. Addie Rounds has been great, 6 straight serves. That one did go out. Maybe I jinxed her. Broadcasters jinxed. My apologies, Addie. So now Riverton just 2 serves away, possibly. It's be Cadence McGuffey serving. Good stop there by Sabella Baker, and the little tip over by Daisy is good enough for another point. Boy, Daisy has mastered that. Looks like she's going up for the spike and just barely taps it with her fingertips. And there is Coach Bosner of the Riverton girls here to watch Riverton girls basketball, I should say, and probably here to watch some of his girls play volleyball during their volleyball season. Back and forth now. Jevney going to set it up, and the tip this time for Lander. Lander only puts 2 up there. Now Riverton going to try and spike it, and they get it passed into the hands of the blockers, and it's tied up at 23. And another, and this is the last timeout, I believe, of this set. Each team allowed 2. Riverton, Lander, 23 apiece.
Wyoglass wants to wish all the Lander Valley Tiger teams good luck this year. Wyoglass is locally owned and operated in Lander. They bleed green. Call or stop in today to get a quote on a window or get a quick fix on your window for a rock chip. Wyoglass is Lander.
Do you need a midday pick-me-up? Lander Coffee Company serves delicious, fresh roasted coffee, tea, and other drinks. Come to think of it, why not start your day with their quick, healthy breakfasts, like one of their famous acai bowls, or maybe a breakfast burrito? Just need a quick snack? They got you. Stop by.
My apologies to Lander Coffee. I didn't think that timeout was going to be cut in half, but it is, and Daisy barely gets it over. And now Riverton just trying for some desperation shot here. Lander going to spike it. Yes, they are, and it goes out. And that might be Lander's biggest mistake of the last 10 minutes there. Daisy going to come out. She needs a breather. Taylor Worthy coming in. I didn't see who came in for Riverton, but serving is going to be number 1, Mossbrucker. That could be match point. Lander. Oh, in the block, but it goes out. So Lander ties it up. We're going to need extra serves. Good job by Alexa Coleman. I'm sorry, by Betsy Brown to force that block and get it out. Sydney Ayers is going to come in for Betsy, it looks like. Uh-oh. Coach Jarvis being pulled to the side. And I don't think they're allowed another substitution, or I don't know what happened, but number 9, Ava Gerlach, was going to come in. Ayers is going to come in for Betsy, though, and Ayers is going to serve it. 24-24. I told you these games get like this every single time. The serve saved nicely by Riverton and then spiked by the same player. Boy, what a shot there by number 14, Georgia Fasanini. And it's going to be Addie Alley with the possible match point here. And now we get a second timeout by Lander. I thought they had already taken theirs, but I was mistaken. We'll be back right after this.
1255 Main Street in Lander at the Lander Coffee Company.
When repairs are complete after a collision, you expect your car, SUV, or truck to look like new. That's the service you'll receive at Stork Auto Body in Riverton. Professionalism and meticulous attention to detail. You can depend on Stork Auto Body, 841 Miniweb Avenue, Riverton.
Welcome back. Big play here. Riverton going to be serving up 25-24. One more point wins this set. It's going to be Addie Alley with the serve. If Lander can save this and get a point of their own, we're back to Lander serving, needing extra serves. Alley sends it over. Up in the air nicely in the middle of the court, and they can give it to anyone, and Lander puts it back over with number 18, Miley Harrison, and now Riverton trying to spike, and it goes out. Big mistake by Riverton, and Lander ties it up at 25. Cannot see the number of the server. Oh, that's Harlow Baker. She sends it, and it's out. So just like that, a big mistake on Lander. Riverton gonna be in the same position they were just at, and Ramos comes in for Tatum, and Ramos gonna serve. Nice strong serve, and Lander loses it right there. It just goes off the hands of Addie Rounds, a little strange. And that's gonna be set number 2. When we come back, the third and final set. Riverton, Lander, keeper of the goal, JV time. We'll be right back.
From the wide open spaces to the canyon near you, Wyoming.com is reaching more homes and businesses than ever before. Now it's getting even better. Wyoming.com, expanding to an area near you.
When you purchase your car, do you know if you got the best payment possible? The answer is probably no. Oftentimes, your loan is packed with additional charges that can drive your monthly payment higher than it should be, costing you thousands of dollars more for your car. Hi, this is Patty, and here is your second chance to get the payment you deserve. Visit Atlantic City Federal Credit Union today for a courtesy loan review. We've helped our members save money by refinancing their vehicle with us. Now it's your turn. Open your eyes to a credit union. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union.
Overhead Door Company of Riverton and Lander is your premier dealer for quality windows and doors, featuring quality brands like Anderson, Colby, Larson Storm Doors, and more. Overhead Door Company is proud to support our Fremont County student athletes.
At some point, everyone is a pedestrian.
When you're driving, yield to pedestrians. Wear light clothing. Walk on a pathway instead of the road.
Look out for pedestrians.
Avoid distractions like your phone.
Look out for pedestrians, they're everywhere. We are the Wyoming Indian Lady Chiefs. We need you in our stand.
Welcome back as I update my score here. It is set number 3. It's 1-1. Lander had a chance there at the end, and it just went right off the hands of Addie Rounds, and they're going to stay on the same side. I know after every set they typically switch, so I'm wondering why they're not here, but it doesn't matter. Riverton on the left, Lander on the right. As we wait for, I believe, just referees to maybe get a drink of water. It's going to be Lander serving first. It's going to be Miley Harrison serving. Everyone ready. Hands are up. Student section starting to get a little bit fuller here. Miley sends it over. Nice save. Mossbrucker sets it up for a big spike. Good dig by Lander to get it back up. And Alexa Coleman sends it over and gets the first points of the set. Nicely placed ball there. And it's going to be a 1-0 lead to start off the third and final set of this JV match. Harrison with the serve. Back over, and again, Riverton likes to sit in that corner and just spike it, but they can't get it past the Lander dig. Oh, and a nice stop there by Riverton as Coleman tried to send it over but hit the blockers, and it came right back at her. All excitement on Riverton's sideline as Jevney serves. Dig high up in the air, and Betsy Brown a little bit too hard. It's going to be out of bounds. Jevney again with the serve, sends it over. Ooh, and that one goes backwards. Lander trying to save it, and they can't. Just too hard off of the arms and went backwards. Excuse me, I had to take a drink of water. Gets dry when you're continually talking, as that was a nice ace by Jevney right past the outstretched arms of what looked like Harlow Baker. No, that was Sabella Baker. Two Bakers. Jevney, 4 straight serves, 1 ace. That one a little bit better for Lander, and instead of spiking, they just tap it over. And Riverton tries to do the same with Mossbrucker. They can't. And now Lander going to get a free ball, and it's going to go out. And that was a big mistake by Riverton. They had an opportunity. Now it's going to be Coleman serving for Lander. If you have not been out to Bob Carey Memorial Fieldhouse yet since they updated this court, it is gorgeous. All they're waiting on is the bleachers on the side behind me, as Lander blockers get a good point there. But I believe the Lander bleachers behind me are going to look just like the ones on camera, the LVHS in green. Good serve by Coleman. And a big spike, and it's going to go backwards. And they're going to save it just barely, and there's not going to have it a chance. And it's Coach Patterson is actually the one that catches that for Riverton. Makes it a 5-3 game as Addie Rounds comes in for Coleman. Now serving for Riverton is Pfisterer, and ooh, what a save. Sorry if I didn't get that on camera there. Big save by number 18, Miley Harrison. And now it's going to be Daisy serving for this Lander JV team, down 5-4. She gets it over, almost out of bounds, and now Riverton has to work from the middle of the court. Gets it back to Daisy. They're going to set up a big spike. Is that in? It is. Lander ties it up, 5-5. Alrighty, Daisy trying to get that 5-5 lead into a 6-5 lead, and it does. Boy, that's heartbreaking for Riverton, who was in the right place at the right time, just barely tapped over the net, and it fell in a place where nobody could get it. Daisy now working again, 3rd straight serve. Daisy, ooh, and 2 Riverton players didn't know who wanted it more. Jevney with a little bit of a touch pass, and it was a little bit too far behind Braden Mossbrucker. So now Lander up 7-5. Daisy again serving. She's done a great job so far tonight. The jump serve gets right into the hands of Ramos, and now Jevney sends it over. Ooh, barely over the hands of the blocker with a little tip over the net, and we're going to get some substitutions. Number 7, Tatum Tyra coming in for Ramos for Riverton. 19, Taylor Worthy coming in for Daisy. Now serving, Cadence McGuffey sends it over. Ooh, right off the very bottom of the ground was the dig, and then Betsy Brown could not send it over the net. Makes it 7-7. McGuffey sends it over. Good push-up by Lander, goes backwards, good tip, but Riverton saves it, and then they can't get back to it underneath the net. Lander back on top. I don't know what the theme is tonight, but a lot of kids wearing NFL jerseys that have nothing to do with Wyoming. I see a Raheem Mostert jersey. I see a Christian McCaffrey jersey. I see a couple Denver jerseys. Good dig and a good save by Riverton, but it was just pushed backwards and out. Who else do I see here? I see a Jimmy Garoppolo jersey. A lot of Padres jerseys here. Must be jersey night. I believe I saw that on Lander Valley's Instagram page as Lander just pushed it backwards and couldn't get back to it. Makes it 9-8 in favor of the home team. Oh no, they're calling that off of Riverton, and they're trying to explain why to number 7, Tatum Tyra. So it's going to be Lander's ball still. It's going to be 10-7. 2-on-1 switcheroo there. The serve leads to a spike, and I don't think Harlow Baker meant to go that hard off of her right hand, but either way, it's going to lead to a Riverton point as number 14, Georgina Facini, comes back in for Jevney. Facini has been all over the place tonight. Serving it is Mossbrucker. And a big high ball here, ready for Harlow. Harlow barely sends it over the net, and then Riverton, in the same fashion, sends it barely over the net themselves. Lander was not ready for that, as Mossbrucker gets back and ready to serve. Good serve, all the way to the back of the line, and now Lander, 24. Shady Jumker did not know where to go with that, pushed it backwards. 10-10. Mossbrucker sends it over. And again, a good ace there. Lander has not been getting behind it or underneath it the last couple serves, and that's why Coach Jarvis is going to take a timeout. It's 11-10 Riverton. We'll be back from Bob Carey Memorial Fieldhouse right after this.
Let's go, all Fremont County athletes. I, Matt Gordon from Fremont Chevy, would like to wish all teams this year good luck and bring back some championships to this county. If you need a new ride to get to and from those away games, stop down at 1401 North Federal Boulevard or call 307-851-3797 and let me help you get to the games. Your sales professional, Matt Gordon.
The Stock Doc is proud to serve all of Fremont County and surrounding areas. They are dedicated to providing the highest level of veterinarian medicine along with friendly and compassionate service. They service all pets of shapes and sizes between dogs and cows and cats and horses. They treat your animal like it's their own. The Stock Doc.
Big thanks to Stock Doc, another great sponsor of ours. They also have helped us out of a jam quite a few times at home, as our cat somehow has allergies to the outdoors, so I don't know what kind of cat that is, but Riverton is going to have a good couple hits here. And now Lander ready for the spike, and Harlow got it just over the tip fingers of Riverton's blockers, and now Riverton just going to give him a free ball here. They're going to do the same thing, this time over on the far side, and it wasn't as strong. Goes right back to Mossbrucker. Mossbrucker tries to spike it and can't. Ties it up at 11. Coming back in is Alexa Coleman. Coming back out is Addie Rounds. Serving looks like Harlow Baker. It is Harlow Baker. The jump serve. Ooh, what a nice dig. And Riverton tries to set it back up, and they can't get it up into the spike, so they just free it up. Riverton now gets the same thing done to them. Mossbrucker going to set up a spike on that side they like so much. Good block by Lander. And then the ball can't go over the net. And now they have to try and get it over, and they do, and they just have to give him a free ball. Jumker doesn't set up the spiker as well. Same thing for Riverton over on that far side. And one of the blockers smartly waited, and they waited to get it back. And this back and forth. Oh, Lander couldn't get it back over the net. Instead sends it right into the scorer's table. Serving it now is Addie Alley, the sophomore from Riverton. Sends it over, and that ball was a little bit too hard off of the hands of 19 Taylor Worthy, but they eventually get it back over. And now that spike from their favorite side doesn't get past Lander. A good dig. They just have to free him up here, as Jumker has been everywhere on this court right now. And now they have to send it back over, and this could be a big setup for Lander, but they do not get it forward. It goes backwards. Same with Riverton. Riverton has to send it forward and then backwards again. Now the spike. No, they're just going to give a little fist under the ball and get it back over. Riverton with the spike, and it's out. This game back and forth, man. 12-12. Serving it is Sabella Baker. Probably the longest hair on the court right now. Goes all the way down past her shorts. 13 after that ace by Sabella. 13-12. Sabella again sends it over. Riverton tries to just tap it over. Great block by Daisy. Daisy was right at the right place at the right time, and Sabella will keep up the serves. 14-12. Riverton's Cadence McGuffey had a good dig there. Lander tried to have a good dig as well, but it went the opposite direction of where they wanted it to and right back into the scorer's table. 14-13. Setting up to serve is Tatum Tyra, the sophomore. Probably the tallest player on the court, maybe besides Betsy Brown, who's on the sidelines. Jumker sets it up for Daisy. Daisy spikes, and it's going to go off the hands of Tatum, and Tatum can't get back to it. Lander with the score, 15-13. Now Betsy Brown comes in for Jumker. Tatum comes out, Ramos comes in, and also Miley Harrison comes in, and Ava Gerlach comes out. Or is that, yes, that's Ava Gerlach. Ooh, and Ava Gerlach got hit in the face by her own teammate. High five, slipped. And now she's on the IR for 4 to 6 weeks. Just kidding. As we're back to the game, Ramos with a nice dig as she falls to the ground and tries to do it again, but her own teammate Fasanini gets involved, and then after a good try, goes out of bounds, and Lander's up 16-13. Now serving, Miley Harrison. She's had a big night. She played the Froshmore game. Now she's playing the JV game. She sends it over. Both Ramos and Alley tried to get to it, and they could not decide. 17-13, and Coach Werbelow is going to take a timeout for Riverton. We'll be back, 17-13.
The choice is yours. Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card lets you choose from 5% off instantly at the register or special financing on qualifying purchases. That means no forms, no waiting, no rebates. You can choose 5% off instantly with your Sutherland's credit card. Got a big project? Choose special financing. The choice is yours with Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payment required. See store for details. Only at Sutherland's.
Wyoming Waste hopes that all Fremont County sports teams dismiss their opponents.
So sorry, Wyoming Waste Services. I was trying to click the button before it came on and it slipped. We'll get right back to your regularly programmed ads there. Wyoming Waste Services, they help out Fremont, Washakie, and Hot Springs County. So if you need your trash taken up and you don't want to use the city services, you can do that. Daisy, nice stop there. Nobody was expecting her to send it right back over, and now Riverton trying to do the most, and that's going to be 4 hits. Lander up 18-13. Winner of this set wins the JV match, and we head into senior night before the varsity match. Harrison with the serve. Ooh, and Daisy again sends it over. And I think, yes, Braden Mossbrucker was a little bit too far, and that's going to be a point for Lander. Lander 6 points away. Riverton 12 points away from a big JV victory. Miley sends it over, and that goes right off of the hands of Addy Alley, and now we're 5 points away for a Lander win. And it looks like the theme for the student section is not sports. It is old people or elderly. Everyone's walking around with a cane. They got their pants pulled up to their chest. Big save there by Ramos for Riverton. And ooh, I don't think Alexa Coleman meant to hit it that hard high up. And a good hit there by Coleman to save it, though. Makes it 21-13 off the blocker's hands of Riverton. And Miley Harrison has been killing it. Pun intended. That one off the fingertips of Riverton. The spike goes into the blockers, into the net, and it goes backwards. Riverton just has to tap it over, and now Betsy Brown hits it back into the middle of the court. Riverton has a chance, but they end up hitting it back themselves. So free ball, and now Betsy Brown has to hit it back, and they free it up. And oh, what was probably not meant to be a point, or a purposeful point, I should say, ends up staying in bounds, and Ramos watches it go in bounds. 22-13, timeout Riverton. We'll be back on Wild Today's YouTube page.
Your trash. They offer services from roll-off cans, commercial, and residential garbage. Wyoming Waste Services, Fremont County, Hot Springs County, Washakie County. They are open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Please call 307-856-5354 or stop down at the Riverton office, 730 South Broadway. Wyoming Waste wants to wish everyone in Fremont County good luck in their sports this year.
Welcome back. It's a big night for Lander, especially if they can pull out 3 more points here. They would have won the Froshmore game, the JV game, and after this weekend's matchup against number 1 Mountain View, they have a lot of momentum heading into the varsity game. And right there, a good block, but it goes out of bounds, so it's going to be Riverton points. Nora Pfisterer spiked that as hard as she could into the hands of Betsy Brown and Daisy. And now it's going to be Jevney ready to serve for Riverton. Harlow Baker sends it up, and now they have 3 players that can spike it. They get one, and it goes off the hands of Jevney. Jevney unable to get anything underneath it. And now we have Addie Rounds coming in for Alexa Coleman. And a serve quickly by Lander. I don't know if Riverton was fully ready, but they looked ready with a huge spike by Pfisterer. 23-15, and Pfisterer is going to serve it as well. That spike goes into the hands of Rounds. Rounds just hits it right back, and now they can try and set something up. Betsy Brown says, wait. And Harlow Baker just kind of sends it back over freely. Jevney sets up a spike. It was a little high, a little long, and it's out. And Lander is 1 point away from a match victory. Second one in a row for this Lander team. Little Miss No Seat from Riverton Soccer here supporting her teammates. And that serve, an ace. And it's good enough for a 3-set victory for Lander. And Lander is now firmly in control of tonight's momentum, hoping to get that traveling trophy back in their hands. When we come back, we'll do some senior night activities before the varsity match.
Enjoy fresh-made pizza, pasta, calzones, and subs at Peretz, 519 West Main in Riverton. Open for lunch and dinner Monday through Friday. Closed on weekends. Call 857-7306 to order for pickup or delivery with DoorDash. Peretz.
Midway is at an all-out clear-out for the new 2022 campers with the best price guarantee. Midway has financing with no money down, no payments for the rest of the year. Low interest rates on sweet fifth wheel. Dealer incentives up to $25,000 on toy haulers. Top dollar on trade-ins and door-to-door delivery. It's Midway's all-out clear-out. MidwayCampers.com. Midway, when you expect the best.
Back when I was riding in rodeos, I always made sure I was locked in, good and tight. Now as a touring musician, crisscrossing the country, I still make sure I'm locked in, good and tight. Of course I do.
Heading south, down the road in a Crow Cadillac, coupe to fill.
Buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Your car or truck is an investment. When it needs repairs, you need someone you can trust to do the job right. Take it to Gunner's Automotive. They repair all makes and models of cars and trucks, from oil changes to brakes, tires, and more. Gunner's Automotive, 856-2288.
I spend a lot of time driving in Wyoming, and if there's a common theme is that our roads are long and the towns are far apart. Most Wyomingites buckle their seatbelts, but still 20% do not.
Wyoming law dictates that every person in a vehicle must wear a seatbelt at all times. Seatbelts reduce the risk of death by 45% and reduce the risk of injury by 50% in all motor vehicle crashes.
I buckle up to secure my journey and to protect what matters most, my family. Our Yellowstone region is home to breathtaking beauty, but please, drive with caution and buckle your seatbelt, for you and your family's sake.
Remember, Wyoming, your safety is our priority. Please buckle up, not only for your safety, but it's the law.
Welcome back. As I erase the score from the last match here, we are about to get ready with some senior night festivities. Lander in their final home game of the season. There we go, fully set up. 0-0 to start this this match here. JV and Froshmore teams won by the Lander Lady Tigers. Froshmore won 2-0. They had a very dominant second set, and Lander got close to winning the second set, ended up just taking it and moving on to the third set, winning that last one with their serving for sure. And I will let Mr. Noseep give you the names and celebrations right here.
My favorite volleyball memory was just a few weeks ago when Amy Crane got a kill using her head at conference duel.
Actually, since you can't really hear, we're going to go down the line here.
College and become a physical therapist after that, and hopefully live in Florida.
Hopefully live in Florida. She is a far ways from home. Is number 12, Issa Bird. She had the 1,000 assists just the other day. Avery Crane, one of the biggest leaders on this team.
My favorite volleyball memory is getting a kill with my head in power. In my future plans,
It looks like her dad is on some sort of torn ACL or maybe a broken leg, but he is walking with his daughter. Crane, if you read the Lander Journal of the Rangers, she is the one getting those spikes that are almost always in the front page.
Hi, my name is Aislinn Donahue. My parents are
Aislinn Donahue, one of the best goalies in the state, soccer-wise.
I cannot
Walking with her mom.
sports memory, but I have loved all the fun trips and playing the sport I love.
Gives a hug to Coach Stacy
My
McFadden.
future plans are to attend LCCC in Cheyenne.
She wants to go to LCCC, and the tears have flown
Science and wellness.
out of multiple players' eyes already. This is a big, important night for seniors, of course, as well as Coach McFadden, who's actually coached these girls all the way since middle school and even before then. That's why she took on this job. She wanted to watch the seniors just like the coaches in soccer. They wanted to make sure, as Tegan Pickard is walking with a huge family here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Pickards walking down. Pickard, the libero, has been a centerpiece for this offense.
I also want to give a shout out to God and thank Him for everything.
Coming up after this, Sandra St. Clair. And we know St. Clair from basketball as well. The St. Clair family, Viola standing to her left. I don't see Beaver here, but Beaver St. Clair, also a great basketball player, won the national championship out in Kansas City. He had his basketball camp this summer as well.
My name is Sandra St. Clair. My parents are Viola St. Clair
And Viola
my siblings are
having a great night, I'm sure.
Beaver, Noah, and my brother-in-law Tyson. My nieces and nephews are Blaine, Daisy, Ellie, Tyler.
And boy, she's got the whole family with her.
My favorite sport memory is when Avery scored a point with her head, and I got so hyped, and I forgot to sub in for Bree, so she had to walk right side. My future plan is to go to Italy with Keegan and Kiera and find hot Italian men.
Sounds like these girls all want to play volleyball together after college or after high school while they're in college. I don't blame them. They've been doing it for a long, long time. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and get a shot of the student section. Gotta lift that up, sorry. You can see the old man's walker. He's using a stroller, it looks like. You can see Connor Higginbotham. And those were your seniors. Senior night, always a special night. As they give them blankets and flowers and all sorts of knickknacks to go home with. And don't forget, regional volleyball 3A West is actually going to be here in Lander next week. Meanwhile, the 1A and 2A regional volleyball tournament is going to be out in Riverton next week, as Sandra St. Clair, as tradition, is giving blankets to all of her teammates as they have helped her. She's going to help them. We have 14 minutes up on the shot clock. I want to see if maybe I can get Coach Cyril Stauffenberg up here. Well, I guess you don't want to consider him coach. He doesn't want to be considered coach there often anymore. But former basketball coach, and he coached quite a few of these girls. And as I take this break, I'm going to go see if he wants to come up here and talk to us.
Quality in Thermopolis offers great rates, a convenient location, standard room, and family rooms with bunk beds. Choice Hotel members earn points while you stay. Quality Inn is proud to support Fremont and Hot Springs County student athletes.
Visit Lander Gambles to make your home feel like new. They will beat any competitor's price. Stop by to speak to one of the sales agents or visit LanderGambles.com. Lander Gambles will help you find the perfect product that fits your budget and lifestyle. Lander Gambles, 420 Main Street, Lander, Wyoming.
For more than 60 years, RTO Point S has been installing quality tires and offering expert vehicle service in Fremont County, with 2 locations on South Federal and West Main in Riverton. RTO Point S is proud to support our Fremont County student athletes.
Head to Nana's Bowling and Bakery in DuBois for Family Fun Night. Now booking parties for all ages and occasions. To reserve your company, family, or birthday party, call 455-3660. Nana's Bowling and Bakery is proud to support Fremont County student athletes.
If you're planning home improvement projects, look no further than Valley Lumber. They provide nothing but the best, from lumber, power tools, hardware, paint, plumbing supplies. If you need it, they have it. Valley Lumber at 290 North 2nd Street in Lander.
Are you a caring person that wants to help but not sure where to go? Wyoming Senior Citizen Inc. is looking for caregivers across the state. Call 307-856-6880 to find out more information. They would like to wish all Fremont County athletes good luck this year.
Service Plumbing in Riverton serves all of Fremont County for both new construction and repairs. For a bid on your next plumbing project, bring your plans to Service Plumbing, 201 Webwood Road in Riverton. Service Plumbing, proud to support our Fremont County athletes.
Want access to local news, sports, sports, events, and more? Download the WYO Today app. Now available on all platforms. Stream your favorite radio station, submit something to buy, sell, or trade for deals on the dial, or view contests and special coupons. Better yet, the WYO Today app is the best way to access free HD video of Fremont and Hot Springs County athletics. It's all at your fingertips. Head to your app store or visit wyotoday.com to download the WYO Today app now.
If your vehicle needs repair, you can depend on the crew at Extra Care Auto Repair. They can repair almost anything with wheels, gas, diesel, domestic, or import, and their work is top quality and reliable. Extra Care Auto Repair on North Federal in Riverton.
We believe that everyone deserves a second chance, including us. Hi, I'm Brian Robacher, CEO of Atlantic City Federal Credit Union. And if we said no to you in the past, I'm asking you for a second chance too. In the midst of everything happening, we are committed now more than ever to second chances and when it comes to your finances. An auto loan for your new car, business loans, home loans, and more. Give Atlantic City Federal Credit Union a second chance to give you a second chance. We've been helping our community thrive since 1964, and now it's your turn. Visit AtlanticCity.coop to apply today. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Community Health Centers of Central Wyoming has locations across Fremont County ready to serve you at DuBois Medical Clinic, Riverton Community Health, and Lander Community Health Pediatrics. We accept all forms of insurance, including Medicaid and Medicare. Are you struggling to get medical care? Ask for their sliding fee scale. From family medicine to pediatrics, Community Health Centers are here to serve you. Call 307-463-7160 or visit chccw.org to schedule your appointment.
B&M Septic and Excavation offers prompt professional service. Call them today for a quote at 850-2200. They serve far and wide across Fremont County and deep. B&M Septic and Excavation is proud to support Fremont County sports.
From one corner of the state to the other, over 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. And to the 18% who don't, we say, let's buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Your tax pros at 672 West Main Street in Lander, Wyoming can handle all your tax needs. Whatever your situation, we know what to do. Call 307-856-2256 today to schedule an appointment. H&R Block is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
A proud sponsor of this broadcast is Bailey Enterprises. For over 50 years, Bailey has become the name you can trust. With Pit Stop Travel Centers, you can fuel up and stock up on trip snacks at locations all over Fremont County. You can also put your trust in Bailey Tire and Auto for service to keep handy for those times when your luck runs out on the road. Refresh at the Speedway Cafe with a dine-in meal or a round of carry-out with a variety of specials to keep you going. Go with Bailey.
Central Wyoming College now offers Bachelor of Applied Science degrees in Early Childhood Education and Organizational Management and Leadership, with an emphasis in outdoor education, tribal leadership, or business and entrepreneurial leadership. CWC offers 3 ways to learn: online, virtual, and in person. Learn, grow, lead, and advance at Central Wyoming College. CWC is leading the way with expanded programs in the Bachelor of Applied Science degrees.
Got a lot of space. I'm joined here by Lander Valley Athletic Director and former girls basketball coach, Cyril Stauffenberg. First off, how you been, Cyril?
Not bad at all.
This is a beautiful court, and I know that we talked about it on Thursday when we were here for Lyman, but we haven't had you on camera or on the radio, and I was just wondering how much work really went into all this.
Yeah, I appreciate the not on camera, kind of a face made for radio. But, it was, the floor was ready to be redone, and then we just took a look at the field house in general and said, the bleachers were not in the best shape, and looked at the sound system, and by the time we were done, we pretty much had a brand new gym.
It looks great, and I see the LVHS up there. Is that what it's going to look like up here behind us?
Yeah, but that is what we did with those bleachers, is we'll pull those bleachers come forward just so that we can put the Nordic ski team behind them and the indoor track team behind them, so they kind of have their own practice area.
Well, it's gorgeous. I love the brown look. I love the tan inside the three-point range. I think that's a really nice, crisp look. And I know we talked about how everyone had an idea, but is this what you thought it was going to look like before the construction started?
You know, basketball courts nowadays, you know, they've all kind of headed in their own direction. So when we had the chance to change, we wanted to kind of do something different. And so as we looked around and gathered ideas from the really graphic ones like Oregon to, you know, the more simpler ones, a lot of us agreed on the dark wood floor, but we still wanted some green in it to obviously school colors, and we put the mascot. You can tell the mascot's much larger than normal. I mean, it takes all past the 10-foot line in volleyball, so which we almost had to do with that detail of the mascot. So yeah, I think it turned out good.
Now onto this game. You used to grow up in Riverton. You're the Lander AD. How does this feel when you always have to deal with this? You have to deal with this in every single sport when you play Riverton.
Yeah, I do, and you know, it's been a while. So, but yeah, it's always a lot of friends, a lot of we used to work in Riverton District too for a long time ago. So, you know, it's a fun cross-county rivalry, and it seems to kind of go in spurts for both sides of it. But again, it's. Like I said, the competition is good. It's fun to get both communities together, and there seems to be a friendly atmosphere, which I think is important.
Yeah, always better to be friendly than, you know, like a vicious rivalry like KU or K-State where I'm from. I love the Keeper of the Gold trophy, and I see it down there. They're not going to put it up and let it get broken. But what does that mean for you? I know that when you were coaching basketball, that was a big deal to get that trophy. What does it mean when your team gets to finally hold it up?
You know, it's kind of some of those, I think, you know, immediately, of course, when it happens, it's a great memory or great accomplishment, but I think some of it comes down to as you gather back around, because a lot of these kids will end up, you know, they compete against each other right now. A lot of them will end up at the same schools, post-secondary, same colleges, back reunions, summer times. A lot of them form some great friendships, and then all of a sudden, all of it comes out 10 years later. They're still talking about how they got the Keeper of the Gold from those guys, or you guys had it. And so I think it's one of those that, of course, the reward is immediate. But I think kind of the bragging rights go on for a long time for each class.
It's also fun working at the Lander Journal and the Ranger whenever the Keeper of the Gold, whether it's football, basketball, soccer, whenever it comes out, that's the front page of sports, and I think we sell more of those every single year. Parents want to come in and get reminders and everything. And last question, Coach McFadden, this is her first year as the varsity head coach. She's been the middle school coach for a long time. I mean, how do you think she's been doing all season long? She's really got these girls to a great place heading into the regional tournament.
You know, coaching changes are never easy on coaches or players, because of course they're accustomed to something that maybe they aren't accustomed to now. And but I think she's done a super job. She comes from head coaching genes. Her dad was a long-time head coach at Riverton High School. He was my head coach. And so coaching is no stranger to their family. And like I said, I think she has some pretty good people to give her advice when she needs it. And obviously we're there for her, and I think she's done well. And like you said, I mean, to take number one team in the state, 16-14 in the fifth, and then just a couple days after beating the number 3 team in the state, I think she has things going in the right direction, which is super for her and the girls.
Yeah, and you know, when your daughter Demi was here, they won the Lander the Gold. That was, I think, the last time they won it was 2021. How's Demi doing? Is she doing well in college right now?
You know, she's having a great sophomore season. Our team's actually ranked 17th in the nation, and she's a pretty important part of that, and as are the other. To rank 17, you don't have one kid, you have many kids, and she after her first year of changing head coaches, and things have really come on for her, and she's having the time of her life.
Awesome. We got to talk to her during that soccer state tournament, and that was a big highlight. Coach, Mr. Stauffenberg, thank you so much for coming up here.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. Thanks, man. All right. right, big thanks to Coach Stauffenberg. I always like to call him Coach. I don't care if he's not a coach anymore. He's in the Wyoming Coaches Hall of Fame, so he is forever a coach in Wyoming's history. So as we watch the girls get ready, we're going to take one more break and get those restroom breaks in order, as well as maybe get some water, some food. You take your time, we'll take ours. We'll be back 6 minutes until tip-off. We'll be right back on WYO Today's YouTube page.
Riverton Blowdorn Lumber is proud to support youth sports. Experience the Blowdorn difference. Quality products, design, delivery, and expert service. Blowdorn Lumber, 1202 North Federal in Riverton. Blowdorn Lumber.
.381 Subs and Salads is the newest addition to Fremont County. They offer salads, sandwiches, ice cream, and Lotus drinks. 381 Subs and Salads is located at 702 East Main Street in Riverton.
You need an oil change, but you don't have a lot of time. Expressway Lubes on South Federal in Riverton and Highway 789 in Lander provide a fast, professional lube oil and filter change. Expressway Lubes, locally owned and proud to support our local student athletes.
High Plains Power is a Touchstone Energy cooperative. What does that mean for you as a Rural Electric Association member? It all comes down to 7 principles: open membership, one voice, one vote, member benefits, independence, education, cooperation, and community. To understand how it all works, we're headed back in time. In 1879, electricity was in major cities, but rural areas were out of luck. In 1935, President FDR made it possible for companies to build power lines to unserved areas. By the time we hit 1941, some 400 electric co-ops had been organized to serve rural America, just like High Plains Power. For more information, visit highplainspower.org.
WYO Glass wants to wish all the Lander Valley Tiger teams good luck this year. WYO Glass is locally owned and operated in Lander. They bleed green. Call or stop in today to get a quote on a window or get a quick fix on your window for a rock chip. WYO Glass is Lander.
Do you need a midday pick-me-up? Lander Coffee Company serves delicious, fresh roasted coffee, tea, and other drinks. Come to think of it, why not start your day with their quick, healthy breakfasts, like one of their famous acai bowls or maybe a breakfast burrito? Just need a quick snack? They got you. Stop by, fuel up, and enjoy at 1255 Main Street in Lander at the Lander Coffee Company.
When repairs are complete after a collision, you expect your car, SUV, or truck to look like new. That's the service you'll receive at Stork Auto Body in Riverton. Professionalism and meticulous attention to detail. You can depend on Stork Auto Body, 841 Miniweb Avenue, Riverton.
From the wide open spaces to the canyon near you, Wyoming.com is reaching more homes and businesses than ever before. Now it's getting even better. Wyoming.com, expanding to an area near you.
When you purchase your car, do you know if you got the best payment possible? The answer is probably no. Oftentimes, your loan is packed with additional charges that can drive your monthly payment higher than it should be, costing you thousands of dollars more for your car. Hi, this is Patty, and here is your second chance to get the payment you deserve. Visit Atlantic City Federal Credit Union today for a courtesy loan review. We've helped our members save money by refinancing their vehicle with us. Now it's your turn. Open your eyes to a credit union. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union.
Overhead Door Company of Riverton and Lander is your premier dealer for quality windows and doors, featuring quality brands like Anderson, Colby, Larson Storm Doors, and more. Overhead Door Company is proud to support our Fremont County student athletes.
At some point, everyone is a pedestrian. When you're driving, yield to pedestrians.
Wear light clothing. Walk on a pathway instead of the road.
Look out for pedestrians. Avoid distractions like your phone.
Look out for pedestrians, they're everywhere. We are the Wyoming Indian Lady Chiefs. We need you in our stand.
Welcome back to the Ranger Printers pregame show. I'm Shawn O'Brate, your WYO Today sports director. If you're just now joining us, you missed two really good matches. Froshmore's Lander won 2-0, and the JV game came down to the wire. Lander won 2-1. Now this varsity team match is going to be probably one of the best in the state this week. We have quite a few good games, though. I will give you that much. But Riverton comes into this game 14-12. Why can't I get back to this page? I don't know. But Riverton comes into this game 14-12. And Lander comes in just after that. Sorry, my computer froze here. I hope everyone can see me. There we go. Lander, like we've mentioned a couple times now, has come in after nearly beating the 1 seed on Saturday right here against Mountain View, and then they did beat the 3 seed Lyman just a couple days before that. So they've had a heck of a week and a heck of a gauntlet to go through before this Riverton game. As I was saying, Riverton 14-12 in the 4A Northwest. That's third, right above Rock Springs. They're 1-4 in conference play. Meanwhile, Lander back down in 3A. They are sitting at 10-16, and they are fourth in the 3A Southwest. Again, they beat Lyman, who's 22-9, and they almost beat Mountain View, who's 25-6-1. So they've had a tough go of it, and right now they are just hoping to get this win over their rivals, and that is the final horn before we get into the national anthem. I want to say thanks to Ranger Printers. Remember, if you need a banner, if you need a binder, if you need faxes, copies, if you need to make a coloring book, anything you need, if it has to do with paper, banners, vinyl, you bring it to Ranger Printers at 421 East Main Street in Riverton.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great rendition done by the Lander student there, and I love how that flag just rolls right back up. And so we're going to get starters here. Oh no, where's my pen? Braden Mossbrucker. Oh, they're just announcing the team.
Number 32, Addie Alley.
Perfect.
Cadence McGuffey.
Okay.
Wearing number 7,
As they announce the Riverton team.
Fisker. And wearing number 34, Rosalinda Reynolds. And now the starters for the Riverton Lady Wolverines. Wearing number 3.
So number 3, Celia Mejarado, a sophomore, is going to be starting. Maddie Fossey, the senior.
Number 5, Haven Patterson.
Haven Patterson, the junior.
12, Emmy Weber.
Emmy Weber, that's not a surprise.
21, Paisley Jackson.
Paisley Jackson, another non-surprise. Alexis Taylor and Riley Johnson. That's your starting core for Riverton. Now the Lander starting lineup, and they're going to get dark. Oh, it's going to be loud in here. They got the spotlight. Lincoln, Addie Rounds.
Wearing number 9, Ava Gerlach.
Ava Gerlach, we called her name a lot in the JV game.
Tegan Pickard.
Tegan Pickard,
Wearing number 15.
the senior libero. Number 15, Betsy Brown, has been on this team for a while.
And wearing number 23, Daisy Goklich.
And Goklich, can't forget that.
And now the starting lineup for your Lady Tigers.
Those were not the starters, by the way. Kendall is going to be starting. She has definitely earned that. After the last couple weeks, I've been watching her. Avery Crane, the senior that has led this team for so long. One of the best spikers, killers in the state. Aislinn Donahue, a true leader on this team as well. She's also one of the best goalies, as we mentioned. She's just athletic as hell. Sandra St. Clair, the senior, wearing number 7. A great basketball player, also super duper athletic. Issa Bird, the senior. And Zoe Mulholland. So of the starters, the only 2 that are not seniors are Kendall McFadden and Zoe Mulholland.
And Carrie Mulholland. Tonight's officials.
We are ready to rock.
Assisted by Donna Roots.
And again, if you're just now joining us, we wanted our camera up so where you could see the entire court, this new beautiful court. We wanted to, but my cord, my power cord was literally 2 feet short. I'm sorry, 2 inches short. So I didn't want to have a camera break in my possession. Otherwise, my boss, Kevin Shields, would not be happy. So we're getting ready to rock here, and it looks like Riverton's going to throw those pink balls like they do. I don't even know. One of them came up to me last time. I don't want it to hit me in the face like that. Oh, what a throw by number 12, Emmy Weber. So, after 2 straight wins by Lander, both in the Froshmore and the JV, they're looking to make it 3 straight, and they're looking to win their first Keeper of the Gold trophy since 2021, when Demi Stauffenberg was still a member of this team. And as you heard Coach Stauffenberg say during our pregame show, she's a sophomore in college and having a great, great year. Starting off for Lander, Issa Bird is going to serve, and Mr. No Seep's voice is going to be loud. You're going to be able to hear him every single time anything happens. Bird with the serve, and a good dig just to start off for Riverton, and back and forth, and now looks like maybe she didn't get all of it underneath, so Lander's going to get the first point. Good job by Issa. That would count as an ace. Issa back up, right to Maddie Fossey, over to Emmy. Emmy with a good backwards pass, and it goes off the top of the net. Strong, strong play there by number 24, Riley Johnson. And Johnson's going to start Riverton's possession with a serve here. Good jumping serve there, and it's going to go way out of bounds. Lander's student section dressed as senior citizens on senior night. Riverton has showed up in true numbers here, rocking jerseys. It's jersey night. I only saw 1 or 2 good ones, though. I'm not a fan of all the Lakers fandom here. That might just be me being a Suns fan. And a nice setup by Emmy Weber, gets a good spike, and Lander with a good dig, and they're just going to have to give a free ball up over to Riley Johnson. And now, oh, not enough on it behind Alexis Taylor's right hand.
Tegan Pickard back to serve.
And now Tegan Pickard, one of the best in 3A, is going to sit back in the middle of the court and serve. 3-1. Right to Maddie. Maddie gives it over to Emmy. Emmy back to Riley, and Riley, ooh, what a great dig and save by Kendall McFadden. And then the spike, and it goes off the hands of Maddie Fossey all the way up into the bleachers. Boy, Kendall McFadden made that possible with her diving dig. Tegan Pickard now. And she sends it over. right to Paisley Jackson. And now the long spike from far away. Good job by Kendall McFadden getting behind it. And the spike the other way. Now Emmy Weber with the setup, and it goes and stays in bounds for number 3, Celia Mejarado. And Maddie Fossey now coming out, while Haven Patterson comes back in. Serving is Emmy Weber, down 4-2 to Lander. And we got a whistle. I don't think they were ready. Yeah, the scorekeepers weren't ready. So we will wash, rinse, and repeat. Weber sends it over with the left hand. Teagan thought about it, but instead Avery takes it. And then a good spike, but it's going to be way long from Zoe Mulholland. So unlike the JV and the Froshmore team, I have covered this varsity team much more extensively. I'm not going to have any questions about numbers or wondering who is where. As Avery Crane with a good spike over the blockers of Riverton. Emmy Weber then sends it up, and they're going to have to... Oh, wow, what a spike from the middle of the court. That was Riley Johnson with a heck of a long spike from the middle there. I thought they were going to have to free it up and give it back to Lander. Now a big dig by Avery Crane, not enough, and that's an ace if I've ever seen one. 5-4 as Mrs. Stauffenberg had to go all the way up where the banners were in the bleachers and get that ball back from earlier. Emmy Weber now with the left hand sends it over. Good dig by Teagan. Avery going to be set up for it in the middle. Now Paisley sets it up for a big spike, and Lander sends it up high, and it goes off the top of the backboard, and they're going to give that point to Riverton. It hits the top of the backboard, and that means points. Or is it? No, they're going to completely redo it, as I was hoping they would. That was kind of a dumb rule if they would have given points, as Emmy Weber sends it over, and Sandra St. Clair has her shot blocked. The spike was a little low, and it would have been a good one if she could have gotten it in there, but she just could not. And Emmy Weber, 4 straight serves. Good dig there by Emmy. Back over to Zoe. Zoe's hits it while she's moving. And now Paisley hits it over and right into the hands of the blockers, and they almost I'm sorry, that was Alexis Taylor. And they almost brought the ball back down with them instead of blocking it over the net. So Emmy Weber back in. That's serving. 5 straight now. Good job by Avery to get behind it, and they're going to have a tough shot. Kendall hits it out, and it goes behind. And this team is going to need a timeout, and there it is. After giving up 6 straight points, Coach McFadden calls a timeout. We'll be right back.
Let's go, all Fremont County athletes. I, Matt Gordon from Fremont Chevy, would like to wish all teams this year good luck and bring back some championships to this county. If you need a new ride to get to and from those away games, stop down at 1401 North Federal Boulevard or call 307-851-3797 and let me help you get to the games. Your sales professional, Matt Gordon.
The Stock Doc is proud to serve all of Fremont County and surrounding areas. They are dedicated to providing the highest level of veterinarian medicine along with friendly and compassionate service. They service all pets of shapes and sizes between dogs and cows and cats and horses. They treat your animal like it's their own. The Stock Doc.
8-4. Riverton taking the early lead. Lander was up 4-2, and 6 straight serves by Emmy Weber, none of them being aces, just Lander kind of falling all over the place. Here's number 7. That one goes to Avery Crane. Now Zoe's just going to tap it over. Riverton was ready for it, though. And now, wow, Alexis Taylor with the big spike gets blocked, but it gets back into Riverton's possession. And now it's Teagan who cannot control it. Riley Johnson with a big hit from the middle of the court. And Teagan Pickard just off her arm so hard up into the backboard again. Good stop there by Kendall McFadden, and Avery Crane with the spike, and there's a good spike there and kill by Avery Crane. That's what Crane has been doing so well since she was on the Froshmore team herself. Coach McFadden says she's grown even more this season than she could have ever imagined. The serve by Crane And now the setup by Emmy Weber goes back towards Tegan Pickard. Pickard gets it set up for Zoe Mulholland. Nice spike, good dig by Riverton though. And then a little pushover by Emmy, and it stays inbounds. 10-5, Riverton. Coming out is Celia Mejorado. Coming in is Madison Fossey. And she loves to serve the ball. Just like she loves to play in soccer, she loves to give the free kicks. So Lander now, Zoe Mulholland, not a huge spike. She's just going to tap it over. Now Maddie sets up Riley, and Riley can't get there. I'm sorry, Paisley. Paisley cannot get there. Coming in now, Brianna Lincoln coming in for Sandra St. Clair. And Brianna's going to serve. Bree has grown as well as a volleyball player, not so much in height. Her parents and I were joking about that the other day. Even since basketball season, we were hoping she would gain some height, as that spike doesn't go past the net for Riverton. But Brianna has definitely found a calling in volleyball. She's great in basketball, but she is greater in volleyball. Brianna, nice serve, good dig by Riverton's libero, and now two really good ones there by Riley Johnson. And Lander now having to work around, and Zoe's going to have a long spike, and it's going to go way out. You could just tell right there Lander wasn't prepared for that possession. They weren't set up where they needed to be. Now serving Alexis Taylor, the sophomore. Good serve, good dig. Brianna just couldn't get as much underneath it, and it just went right out of bounds on that left side, that far side from where the camera is. 12-7 Riverton. Alexis Taylor again with the right hand. Just barely over the net. And Avery Crane, that's an ace right there. As Avery Crane just could not, that's two in a row for Alexis. Taylor, 3 straight serves, 2 being aces, and almost another ace there as Riverton has to tap it over thanks to Avery Crane pushing it over. And now Emmy Weber with the setup, and a good block by Riverton's Kendall McFadden, but not enough as Riley Johnson has that score.
Alexis Taylor back to serve.
Taylor again back to serve, and Riverton is taking a firm lead here, up by 7, 14-7 in this first set. Taylor back to Avery. Avery knocks it up in the air. Now Kendall sets up Zoe with a little tip pass, and Madison Fossey did not get enough underneath it, and I think she was trying to set someone up, but there was just no one in the vicinity there. Now set up to serve is Zoe Mulholland, the one who just got the points. 14-8. Zoe, good serve. Ooh, right into the hands of Alexis, and now Riverton gonna have to work in the middle, and they get it back, and now a big spike possible, and it is way too big for number 12, Issa Bird. Her name sounds like a pun if you're a bird watcher. It's a bird, but it's Isabel Bird, and you better put some respect on her name. She's got over 1,000 assists as a Lander Lady Tiger. Brianna Lincoln, good dig, sets it back up, and a good tip there. Nice touch by Issa Bird. Or was that Donahue? I'm so sorry, I was looking at Issa as I was reading Donahue's number. Kendall McFadden ready to serve. And Kendall has grown as a server so much, and now a big spike off the hands of the blockers. Good looking spike there by Riley Johnson. She ran up onto it. Again, Emmy Weber has set up her team so many times for victory, not just by the great sets, but just in general, just a good teammate, getting her team where they need to be. And Jevney serves. Lander in the middle of the court, gonna send it over right into the middle of nowhere, and they got it perfectly, and it was sent back by number 5, Haven Patterson. And it looks like maybe the Wolverines had an infraction. It's going to go, I'm sorry, the Lady Tigers had an infraction, and it's going to go to the Wolverines. Jevney again serves. Brianna sets up a teammate. What a spike, and it's saved greatly by Alexis Taylor. Kendall over to Zoe, or Avery Crane, the perfect spike. And another kill for Avery Crane. And Sandra St. Clair going to come back in for Bree Lincoln. And Isabella is going to serve down 17-10. Lander's senior section, the senior citizens working hard to get their voices heard. And poor Isa didn't even get it across the net. Riley Johnson, the senior, serving from the middle of the court. Good dig by Zoe. It's going to go back to Avery with that spike. That's where she likes to be, and that's why. A great kill again by Avery Crane. And now coming in is Tegan Pickard. I didn't see who came out. Oh, Aislinn Donahue came out. So Tegan going to set up in the middle. Lander having all sorts of success this week. This would be a huge win for them. Riverton has had a heck of a season as well under Coach Taylor their first year, as Coach Davis went to CWC. As Avery sits back in that spot, and instead of spiking it, she just barely tips it over and over the two hands of the blockers as well. And Lander now down 18-12. Tegan Pickard, second straight serve. See what she does here with the right hand. Madison Fossey gets it back over to Emmy. Emmy to Alexis, and Alexis way too much on it.
Taylor swing is long. Point Lady Tigers. Pickard to serve.
Pickard again. There's a reason this senior has had so much success in this black and green jersey. She sends it over, and Maddie doesn't want it. Now Riley takes it over the hands. Ooh, and right off the face, it looks like, of Tegan. She was right in the right spot, just couldn't get her hands underneath it, as Alexis Taylor with a great spike. Madison Fossey comes out. Haven Patterson comes back in. And Emmy Weber is actually going to serve here. Left-handed, right to Tegan. And now Zoe sets up to spike. And a good save there by Alexis Taylor. And now she's going to spike it from about 4 feet away from the net. Great dig by Kendall McFadden. And now Zoe just taps it over, and a campfire in the middle of all of the Lady Wolverines.
Tiger point. Back to serve, Avery Crane.
Avery Crane, we like to see her get the kills, but she's a good server as well. And she's going to jump serve this one right into the hands of Riley. And now Alexis just has to stand and spike it. And they're going to set it back up for Zoe, who's just going to tip it over again. Right off the hand of the blocker, and Zoe Mulholland. There's a reason she sits in that front right spot. That's where her and Avery love to be. 19-15 is the score, as Avery Crane sits back. Gets it right up to Alexis. Emmy with the jump serve, and it goes backwards, actually. Sandra St. Clair sets up Zoe on the far side, and it was a little bit too far of a pass, as Zoe had to fall backwards to even put a hand on it. And that will be the first Riverton points in what feels like a hot minute. Madison Fossey comes back in so she can serve. And she does so right to Tegan. Tegan back to Isa, and a big spike by Sandra St. Clair. Riverton, ooh, the nice little touch, but the block by Kendall McFadden, and Sandra works, and that's going to go way out of bounds. Lander now only down by 4. And Bree Lincoln coming back in for Sandra St. Clair. Those two like to switch out because they have such similar skill sets on the court. Bree Lincoln with the serve. Right to Emmy, who's going to set up Riley, and Riley's shot goes right into the hands, and what happened there? They're holding up a 2-0.
Tigers back to serve for the Lady Wolverines.
A net infraction by the Tigers. Alexis Taylor back to serve. Oops, sorry about the camera there. Alexis Taylor back to serve. Barely over the net. Avery Crane with a good dig. And Kendall McFadden going to get the spike. Goes into the hands of Emmy Weber. Now Madison Fossey sets up Paisley. Paisley didn't get enough on it. Now Zoe's going to try and get enough on it, and she does. It lands right inside the line. The lead is back to 4 for Riverton. Zoe Mulholland now about to serve, as Zoe, a junior that will definitely be a big leader on this team right there, can't get enough under it and gets into the net. Riverton 3 points away from the first set win.
Back to serve for the Lady Wolverines.
Haven Patterson, the junior, is now back to serve. Good serve right to Kendall McFadden. Back to Zoe, and then the spike by Aislinn Donahue just didn't have enough on it. Riverton student section is loud. They're sitting right to our right, so if you hear any whoo, that is the Riverton student section as Haven sends it back over the line. Quick dig gets back over the net, and a great dig there by Zoe Mulholland sets up a good look, and I thought Kendall McFadden was going to have it there, and Riverton gets a good set, and that stays inside as Paisley Jackson gets the 24th point for Riverton. We have a timeout by Lady Tigers coach Stacy McFadden. We'll be right back after this.
The choice is yours. Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card lets you choose from 5% off instantly at the register or special financing on qualifying purchases. That means no forms, no waiting, no rebates. You can choose 5% off instantly with your Sutherland's credit card. Got a big project? Choose special financing. The choice is yours with Sutherland's Friends of the Family Plus Consumer Credit Card. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payment required. See store for details. Only at Sutherland's.
Welcome back. Coach McFadden has seen this team get close to a bunch of big wins, especially in fifth and final sets. They don't want to get there today. They're currently down 7 to Riverton. Riverton has had a lot of big wins as well. They have not needed to go to a lot of 5 sets. They did go up against Rock Springs at home on their pink night a week ago on Thursday. They got that win in 5 sets. But right now, Haven Patterson with the match point serve right here. Brianna Lincoln with the dig over to Zoe. Kendall gonna serve it, and that stays inside the line. Kendall gets the 18th point for Lander, and she's getting set up to serve. Kendall with the right hand from right on the right side of the free throw line. Emmy Weber sets up Paisley. Paisley, that would have gone out if Brianna hadn't touched it, I would have imagined. Avery just going to tip it over. Riverton has a good dig, and now Paisley again sends it right back to Brianna. Brianna over to Kendall, and Avery has a little bit too much space. Good tip there, though, as Alexis Taylor couldn't get to it in time. Puts a pancake on the ground. We have substitution. Addie Alley coming in for Haven Patterson, and Kendall going to get another serve here, down 5. Match point for Riverton still, as that one goes. Emmy just going to tip it over instead of set up like she typically does, and now Zoe Mulholland with a good look towards Avery Crane. A good dig there, though, by Paisley. And then Riverton sends it over. Brianna stops it, digs it. Avery hits it over to Madison Fossey, and now that serve, that spike is a little bit too long, and Riverton watching their 7-point lead turn into a 4-point lead. Kendall McFadden ready to serve. Looks good right into the chest, almost not the arms, of Riverton's Emmy Weber. It looked like. No, Emmy's right there, and she's going to set up Paisley with a little tip, and Brianna saves it. And Zoe just going to do a nice touch pass over the net, right off the fingertips, and it barely touches that inside of that line. And Riverton is now the one taking the timeout. 24-17 to 24-21. We'll be back after this.
Wyoming Waste hopes that all Fremont County sports teams dismiss their opponents like Wyoming Waste dismisses your trash. They offer services from roll-off cans, commercial, and residential garbage. Wyoming Waste services Fremont County, Hot Springs County, Washakie County. They are open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Please call 307-856-5354 or stop down at the Riverton office, 730 South Broadway. Wyoming Waste wants to wish everyone in Fremont County good luck in their sports this year.
Welcome back. A Here You Go Tigers chant has broken out, and a Go Big Red chant has broken out. Both student sections trying their hardest to keep their teams in this. Kendall McFadden with the serve. right into the hands of Riley Johnson, and the spike goes off the hands of Zoe, and now Kendall has to save it, and they're just going to have to free it over. Alexis Taylor over to Emmy. Emmy just going to tap it over with one hand. Now Zoe sets up a good shot over the net, barely. Now Emmy Weber gets the match point for Riverton. And that will be the first set belonging to Riverton on a close one there at the end. We'll be back after this with the second set, Riverton leading 1-0.
Enjoy fresh-made pizza, pasta, calzones, and subs at Peretz, 519 West Main in Riverton. Open for lunch and dinner Monday through Friday. Closed on weekends. Call 857-7306 to order for pickup or delivery with DoorDash. Peretz.
Midway is at an all-out clear-out for the new 2022 campers with the best price guarantee. Midway has financing with no money down, no payments for the rest of the year. Low interest rates on sweet fifth wheel. Dealer incentives up to $25,000 on toy haulers. Top dollar on trade-ins and door-to-door delivery. It's Midway's all-out clear-out. MidwayCampers.com. Midway, when you expect the best.
Back when I was riding in rodeos, I always made sure I was locked in, good and tight. Now as a touring musician, crisscrossing the country, I still make sure I'm locked in, good and tight. Of course I do.
Hauling ass, heading south, down the road in a gold Cadillac, coupe to fill.
Buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Your car or truck is an investment. When it needs repairs, you need someone you can trust to do the job right. Take it to Gunners Automotive. They repair all makes and models of cars and trucks, from oil changes to brakes, tires, and more. Gunners Automotive, 856-2288.
Welcome back. Set number 2 about to be underway. Lander was close, but not close enough there. They lost 25-21 after 4 straight serves by Kendall McFadden got them points. Timely timeout by Coach Taylor in Riverton was able to get them back in the mindset, and just a ball that went right off the wrong side of Avery Crane's hand. Waiting to see who serves here. We're still 40 seconds away, and just want to give a big shout out to our sponsors again. All those names on the bottom left corner of your screen, those are the only way you're able to watch these games, as well as Friday night football games, both in Riverton and Lander, as well as our game of the weeks and out in Thermopolis. And don't forget, of course, soccer and basketball, all seasons, all sports, all seasons on Wild Today Media. Good serve, but it goes out of bounds. Lander's going to get the first points here, as Riley Johnson could not get inside the lines there. Now Issa Bird with the serve goes right into Madison Fossey. Alexis Taylor with a heck of a spike goes right off of Zoe Mulholland's chest, and that'll be 1-1. Coming back in, Haven Patterson. Coming out is Madison Fossey. Emmy Weber serving. Weber with the left hand right into Kendall McFadden, who puts a nice ball up. Avery Crane with the serve. What a stop right there by Paisley Jackson. And the little tip by Alexis Taylor hits the poles right on the sides of the net, and that will be Aislinn Donahue's cue to get out and let Tegan Pickard come in. Pickard loves to serve, and she's going to right here from the middle. She gets it over the middle. Paisley over to Emmy, who's trying to set it up to Haven, and she does. Haven gets her spike dug in, and no one was prepared for that pass by Avery Crane.
City Wolverines. Fossey back into the lineup.
Fossey now ready to serve. Coach Taylor right in front of her, giving her a little word of advice or something. Tegan Pickard tried to get in front of that one. She did to get the dig, and now Zoe, that one's way too hard. Way off the line there, as Riverton now takes the 3-2 lead early in this second set. Maddie with a good dig by Avery, and now Sandra St. Clair with a little tap over. Madison Fossey now sets it up for Paisley to just push it over. Tegan Pickard gets it. And Avery Crane with a perfect pass into the hands of Alexis Taylor, the blocker, who just drops it, man, and just drops right underneath the net. That little touch has been perfect for Avery all season long. And now Issa Bird gonna serve. Good dig there. And it looks like she didn't get underneath it, and that's gonna be a good stop. We have a mop out for no reason. Avery Crane comes in now, and she's going to be the one that serves. As it's 4-3 Lander, my bad. Riley Johnson gets it over to Emmy, and the big spike by Alexis Taylor gets pushed right back to her, and she has to hit it way up. And now just kind of a free ball for Lander to work with what they want. Kendall with the fake. Oh, man. Sandra St. Clair with the spike right off the hands of a Riverton player. Excuse me, just inhaled a little hair or something. I don't know, my mouth. Avery Crane with a good serve there. And now Paisley with a good dig there by Tegan just to get it off the front of her hands, and they're lucky that one wasn't a point for Riverton. Tegan now gets set up again and is ready to set it up for Zoe, and Zoe keeps it in bounds. Zoe Mulholland with a lot of strength, and it just barely stayed inside, and actually Madison Fossey ducked to make sure that she saw it go out, and it just didn't. Issa. No, it is Avery, back to serve. A good dig, but not a good setup there, as Lander just gets it over and it just hangs on the net. That was pretty impressive. It hangs over to Riverton's sideline. A good block by Lander gets the tip up, and Zoe Mulholland just gonna tip it over. Great dig by Amy Weber. And the spike, and another good dig, and another good dig, and a third dig, and that's gonna be too many digs. Riverton with the strength of Emmy Weber hoisting them up. Alexis Taylor into serve for Riverton, down 6-4. Taylor right to Tegan Pickard. And now the setup for Zoe. Zoe gets it over the net, and it just tips it back out. And Madison Fossey now hits it into the student section almost, but Riverton just going to give a free ball back to Lander. And now Kendall with a great spike. Emmy Weber kind of got in front of everyone, and both Kendall and Paisley were right in the middle. I'm sorry, that's Riley. We're right in the middle, and they both had a hand on it, and it ended up falling on Riverton's side. Sandra St. Clair coming out. Bree Lincoln coming in to serve. And Haven Patterson, I saw her come in. I didn't see who came out. Bree, though, with the standing serve, gets it right to Paisley. Now Emmy sets it up to that side they love to be at. Oh, a good dig by Avery, but it didn't get to the player that she needed it to get to, so it's going to be 7-5. Haven Patterson now ready to serve from the right side of the free throw line, the near side, I should say. Good dig by Bree as she falls to the ground, and Kendall going to get set up to the serve, and an even better dig there by Alexis. A serve knocks Tegan down, and Kendall, trying to save it herself, knocks it right into her own teammates. Tie point here for Haven Patterson in the serve. Haven sends it over Tegan. Zoe Mulholland with a good setup, but man, number 12, Issa Bird, put so much on it, it didn't even make it inside the free throw line. Haven, tie game now, sends it over. Avery takes it this time and gets it up to Zoe. Zoe with a good look. Now Issa just lightly taps it instead of spikes it. Emmy gets a good fake setup. Oh, and Tegan Pickard with her fingertips knocks it backwards and into the new mats on the back of the wall. As you might be able to see there, Lander Valley used to just have the eyes of the tiger. Coach Stauffenberg said he didn't care for that too much a long time ago. That serve barely makes it over the net, and Tegan has to save it. Avery gets it over to Bree, and Bree gets a free ball back over to Riverton. Emmy with the setup. Good block, but it's going to stay in out of bounds. Haven Patterson, 4 straight serves. She sends it over, and Bree has to knock it back up. Now Zoe with a little, and that's going to be a point for Riverton. Lane violation, it sounded. And suddenly, a 7-4 lead turned into a 10-7 deficit for Lander, and they took a timeout. We'll be right back after this on WYO Today's YouTube page.
I spend a lot of time driving in Wyoming, and if there's a common theme is that our roads are long and the towns are far apart. Most Wyomingites buckle their seatbelts, but still 20% do not.
Wyoming law dictates that every person in a vehicle must wear a seatbelt at all times. Seatbelts reduce the risk of death by 45% and reduce the risk of injury by 50% in all motor vehicle crashes.
I buckle up to secure my journey and to protect what matters most, my family. Our Yellowstone region is home to breathtaking beauty, but please, drive with caution and buckle your seatbelt, for you and your family's sake.
Remember, Wyoming, your safety is our priority. Please buckle up, not only for your safety, but it's the law.
Haven Patterson with the serve. Riverton up 10-7. Tegan Pickard digs it out and leaves a good spike there for Zoe, who set it up. And now another spike from that corner that Riverton loves to sit at. They did in JV as well, as Kendall gives them a free ball. And now Emmy sets up another spike. This time, Riley Johnson does secure that point. Good kill. And Haven Patterson has been serving for quite a while. She continues to do so here, as that one goes right to Bree Lincoln, and now Zoe sets up Kendall, and the kill gets blocked, and now Zoe again sets up, this time Issa Bird, and Issa just taps it over, and now Emmy gonna get it set up for Paisley. Paisley doesn't try and go too hard, she taps it over as well, and now Zoe does the same. All these taps, all these girls are ready for it, getting the dig, and now Paisley finally takes that big hit, and, Tegan Pickard digs it back out. Ooh, and right off the front face of Haven Patterson. And Zoe Mulholland finally stops the bleeding, makes it 11-8. And we're gonna get Addie Alley coming in for Haven Patterson. She definitely earned a breather after, I believe, 6 straight serves. And now Zoe Mulholland gonna serve. Gets it back up. Emmy just gonna tap it over with the backhand. And Zoe does the same backwards. Oh, Zoe gets a good look to Issa Bird, who got it blocked back into her face, and then that one, Kendall just accidentally goes a little bit too hard and it goes out of bounds on this near side. Who's gonna serve now is number 3 comes in, Celia Mejarado for Maddie Fossey. But it is Paisley Jackson ready to serve, and she does so. Good stop by Brianna Lincoln, goes right over the net, and now Brianna again a good dig. Zoe this time gets it back out, and Kendall just gonna have to take her time, and that one is way out. Too hard from the middle of the court from Kendall McFadden. Tegan Pickard coming in for Bree Lincoln. Paisley Jackson back ready to serve again. Avery Crane hits it up. Issa gets it back up again, and now, oh man, Aislinn Donahue didn't know whether to hit it or let Zoe Mulholland take it, and instead just goes off her shoulder. And whenever Lander makes a mistake, Riverton student section goes, "Let's go Lander." I don't know if that's a dig or it sounds almost like a cheer for the home team. Zoe Mulholland sets up Issa. Issa takes the spike, barely gets past the blockers, and a good dig by Alexis Taylor gets it set up for Celia Mejarado, and goes off the hands of the blockers. Remember, you need 3 sets to win in a varsity game. 15-8 is the score. Riverton is up 1-0. That serve by Jackson barely gets over the net, and a good dive by Tegan Pickard, and there's a dive by Alexis Taylor, but it doesn't get the same reaction there, as McFadden actually gets that point. And now McFadden is ready to, I'm sorry, that's Kendall McFadden ready to serve with the right hand. Riley Johnson, and now Emmy Weber tried to tap it over, but a good block by Aislinn Donahue, and now a standing spike there, and a little over the net action back and forth here. Highballing it, and then, ooh, a good spike and kill by Emmy Weber, and Zoe Mulholland couldn't get to it in time, just knocks it right out of bounds into the student section. Riley Johnson set up to serve from the left side here. Ooh, and that didn't make it back to the net, as that ace by Riley Johnson makes it 17-9. Avery Crane, I didn't even think got under it. I thought it hit the floor first, but didn't even get under it enough to get it back up to the net. Johnson now set to serve again. And Kendall this time digs it out, and Zoe's gonna just do a little light tap back to Emmy Weber. Emmy, and a setup by Paisley, sets the spike up, and Zoe Mulholland digs it out, and now Kendall McFadden just has to give it back to Tegan, who gives a free ball, and Emmy gonna set up a big spike by Alexis Taylor, and the block goes out of bounds. Great block by Lander, just couldn't get it inside the lines. 18-9. Riverton has doubled up Lander on their home court. Good serve by Riley. Tegan just runs into the middle of the court and sets up a heck of a spike there by Avery Crane, and Paisley Jackson gets it out, and finally Lander is just gonna, ooh, Zoe Mulholland, man. That was a good look and a good attempt, but it was just right outside the line, and we're gonna get the second timeout by Lander. Coach McFadden not happy with her team right now. 19-9. Riverton will be right back in the second set.
Quality in Thermopolis offers great rates, a convenient location, standard room and family rooms with bunk beds. Choice Hotel members earn points while you stay. Quality Inn is proud to support Fremont and Hot Springs County student athletes.
Visit Lander Gambles to make your home feel like new. They will beat any competitor's price. Stop by to speak to one of the sales agents or visit LanderGambles.com. Lander Gambles will help you find the perfect product that fits your budget and lifestyle. Lander Gambles, 420 Main Street, Lander, Wyoming.
For more than 60 years, RTO Point S has been installing quality tires and offering expert vehicle service in Fremont County, with 2 locations on South Federal and West Main in Riverton. RTO Point S is proud to support our Fremont County student athletes.
Welcome back. Lander still looking to get double digits here. They are down by double digits, 19-9 to their rivals Riverton, already down 1-0 as Riverton won 25-21 in the first set. Lander was making a comeback, and one false mistake allowed Riverton to get that 25th point. And a lane violation. Kendall McFadden was outside the box. So Lander just keeps pushing themselves backwards, and Stacey McFadden wants a
number 24, Riley Johnson.
description there, and she gets it, and she nods her head. She can't do very much about it. Riley Johnson now setting up on the far side of the court for her serve. And she gets it. Ooh, and Tegan Pickard right off of her arms. And that goes into the Riverton student section. And this set looking like one of Lander's worst of the week, as they had a bunch of good ones against Lyman and a great 5-set games, even though it ended in a loss, a 5-set match to the #1 Mountain View. This is by far one of their least productive, and Avery Crane hits it twice on accident. Tried to tip it over the net, couldn't get it, and when it dropped back down to her. And for a lot of these girls, this is their last keeper of the gold match, as Riverton and Lander no longer in 3A together. Riverton is in 4A, so they're never going to see each other in the playoffs as well. As a big setup by Zoe Mulholland, Avery Crane wasn't in time to get underneath it, and it's now 23-9. Riley Johnson. Tegan Pickard with a good dig there with the fingertips. Lander gets it over, and Emmy Weber sets up Alexis Taylor, and that's way too long. And now, down 13. Can the comeback start here with Isabella Bird serving, with Sandra St. Clair coming in for Tegan? Bird with the serve. Paisley gets under it, and now Emmy Weber sets up Haven Patterson, who gets off the Lander blockers, and now Lander just gives him a free shot. Emmy does the same thing. Alexis Taylor, big spike, but it's dug out by Zoe, and I don't know that call. I didn't see what happened, but Riverton gets the points. I believe there were two touchers there. I didn't see what happened. Emmy Weber with the serve off the net, and Lander just in all sorts of fits right now as they fall 2-0. Riverton looking to take the third and final set when we come back here on WYO Today's YouTube page. Keeper of the Gold Trophy up for grabs.
Head to Nana's Bowling and Bakery in DuBois for Family Fun Night. Now booking parties for all ages and occasions. To reserve your company, family, or birthday party, call 455-3660. Nana's Bowling and Bakery is proud to support Fremont County student athletes.
If you're planning home improvement projects, look no further than Valley Lumber. They provide nothing but the best from lumber, power tools, hardware, paint, plumbing supplies. If you need it, they have it. Valley Lumber at 290 North 2nd Street in Lander.
Are you a caring person that wants to help but not sure where to go? Wyoming Senior Citizen Inc. is looking for caregivers across the state. Call 307-856-6880 to find out more information. They would like to wish all Fremont County athletes good luck this year.
Service Plumbing in Riverton serves all of Fremont County for both new construction and repairs. For a bid on your next plumbing project, bring your plans to Service Plumbing, 201 Webwood Road in Riverton. Service Plumbing, proud to support our Fremont County athletes.
Want access to local news, sports, events, and more? Download the WYO Today app. Now available on all platforms. Stream your favorite radio station, submit something to buy, sell, or trade for deals on the dial, or view contests and special coupons. Better yet, the WYO Today app is the best way to access free HD video of Fremont and Hot Springs County athletics. It's all at your fingertips. Head to your app store or visit wyotoday.com to download the WYO Today app now.
If your vehicle needs repair, you can depend on the crew at Extra Care Auto Repair. They can repair almost anything with wheels, gas, diesel, domestic, or import, and their work is top quality and reliable. Extra Care Auto Repair on North Federal in Riverton.
Welcome back. Let me reset my scoreboard. Stupidly didn't do that during the timeout. All right, well, we're in the third set. Riverton's up 2-0. Riverton has really dominated after that little comeback by the Lander Lady Tigers in the first set to get up to 21 before Riverton took that first one. They just dominated that last one, 25-10. Lander looked like they didn't know where they were at the end of that. They had a lot of mishaps. They were hitting into the net. There was just a lot of miscommunication. And right now, the mood seems to have changed on the Lander side. But on Saturday against the number one team, I know I've mentioned it before, they were down 2-0 and they came back and brought it all the way back to extra serves in the fifth. So nothing is over until it's over as Riverton gets the first points of that match after Issa Bird's serve gets dug out and hit into blockers. And who is this? That's Riley Johnson back to serve. McFadden with a good dig. Issa sets up Avery, and Avery gets that one inside. Good look by Avery, and she got that one right on the inside of the line as Tegan Pickard comes in for Aislinn Donahue early. Tegan. Oh, they're gonna... Daisy Goklich coming in for the first time, this time for Zoe Mulholland. Daisy had a great JV game helping the girls win, 2-1. Tegan with the serve, right to Madison Fossey on the dig, and now Emmy on a running setup gets it over to Riley Johnson, and now Lander with their chance to spike, and they do. Daisy Goklich can't get enough underneath it. Ooh, and a good spike by Alexis Taylor from this near side. and Tegan wasn't in any position to get to it. 2-1 for Riverton. Patterson with that point. Emmy Weber with the serve now, with the left hand. Gets it right to Avery Crane, and now Issa just sets up Avery again a little bit further away from the net that I'm sure she'd like. Emmy Weber gets all set up. Ooh, what a dig and a save by Issa Bird. Emmy now sets up Alexis, and Alexis does get that spike this time, and the kill by Alexis Taylor. That's her main job on this team, and you can see why.
Back to serve, number 12, Emmy Weber.
Coach McFadden not happy with the output that this team has put together so far. Weber back to serve, puts it up. McFadden with a dig, and Tegan gets it set up for Daisy to kill it, and she can't get it past Riley Johnson. And now Alexis Taylor off the hands of the blocker. Kendall McFadden has to save it, and now they just get a free shot. Alexis Taylor gets it back to Emmy, who, ooh, what a good save there by Daisy Goklich, and now she sets up Avery Crane with the kill. What a dig by number 21, Paisley Jackson. And then on the other side, Tegan Pickard just can't get enough underneath it, and it goes into the student section.
Weber back to serve.
Weber back to serve for the third straight serve. She gets it over. Ooh, Tegan Pickard was not there, and I don't know what position their front line was in, but they were not ready for that at all. No one was sitting in the middle. As Coach Taylor, you can see that with the clipboard, is giving his server a direct order and allowing Lander not to see it through the clipboard, and I think that's what helped get into the middle there. Tegan Pickard with a great dig, and now sets up Avery Crane. Dug it back out by Riley Johnson, and now Alexis Taylor hits it over. Issa keeps it in play, and I think Tegan stepped out when she hit it, and she did. 6-1. Reminder, Riverton wins this set. They win the Keeper of the Gold trophy for the second straight season. Lander wins this set. They're just still alive. Emmy Weber, and that gets barely dug out by Tegan. I don't know where they're sitting in the middle, but they are having to dive for it every time, as that ball barely saved by Issa Bird, and that's 3 shots. And it stayed on Lander's sideline, so 4 would have been too many anyway. They just let it drop. Emmy Weber still serving. She got it back at 1-1. And it's 7-1 now. Tegan, good dig, goes right over the net, back to Paisley. A little tap in over the blockers, and Daisy gets blocked as well. Or I'm sorry, Sandra gets blocked as well. Issa Bird hits it over to Avery. Avery tries to kill it. Now Emmy Weber going to set it up for Haven Patterson. I'm sorry, Celia Mejorado, and Mejorado gets the kill to make it 8-1. Coach McFadden telling her front line what to do. They have been hemorrhaging right now. McFadden can't even get it over the net. And as Celia waited to get it, Lander is going to need a timeout. 9-1 is the score. Riverton leading in this third set.
We believe that everyone deserves a second chance, including us. Hi, I'm Brian Robacher, CEO of Atlantic City Federal Credit Union. And if we said no to you in the past, I'm asking you for a second chance too. In the midst of everything happening, we are committed now more than ever to second chances and when it comes to your finances. An auto loan for your new car, business loans, home loans, and more. Give Atlantic City Federal Credit Union a second chance to give you a second chance. We've been helping our community thrive since 1964, and now it's your turn. Visit AtlanticCity.coop to apply today. Atlantic City Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Welcome back. Riverton currently up big, 9-1, after they just dominated the second set 25-10. If they get this victory, they will keep this Keeper of the Gold traveling trophy, and they will have it for the second year in a row after Lander had it for 2 years in a row. Emmy Weber is still serving. She got the ball back at 1-1 and has not let it go. Weber with the left hand sends it over, and she sends it a little bit further than she has been, and so Avery sets it back to Tegan, and ooh, a great look by Kendall McFadden as she just kind of was just sending it over as a free, and it fell in between a campfire of Riverton girls. And now finally see if Lander can do anything as Avery Crane sends it over. Paisley Jackson with the dig, Emmy Weber with the setup, and another good dig there by Issa Bird. And that barely goes over the line, and two touches there by Haven Patterson. Good look by Sandra St. Clair. Crane again. Good serve. Paisley Jackson gets it over to Emmy. Emmy to Celia, and Celia tries to kill it, and now Teagan just going to send it over free. Almost drops in between them, but Emmy sets up Alexis Taylor, who doesn't get the kill, just kind of taps it over, and Teagan saves it. And that stays in. Daisy Goklich with her first points of this third set. Crane now with 3 straight serves. Sends it over, and a falling dig. And Alexis Taylor just barely taps it over. Good setup there, but not enough for the spike, and so it just falls over. And now Alexis Taylor from a little bit further away goes out. Lander now firmly with the momentum. Crane going to sit back to serve again. As you see our photographer Carl Cody enter the screen. He's going to get those really great shots that are going to be on WyoToday.com and in the Lander Journal and Ranger newspapers. As that one was again too long for Taylor, makes it 6-9. Crane again serving with the right hand from the near side. Paisley Jackson again digging over to Emmy, and Emmy with a good setup, and that was good enough. This time Celia Mejorado keeps it inside, makes it 10-6, and Mejorado's going to take a breather now. Maddie Fossey coming in. Fossey going to serve. Coach Taylor gives her the number. Gets it over to Teagan. Teagan, good dig back up into the middle of the front. Good dig there by Emmy, and it stays on Riverton's side. No one wants to get it though. Brianna Lincoln coming in for Sandra St. Clair, and she's going to come in and serve, something she loves to do. Currently time is 7:40. This game was slated to start at 6. It did not. A good dig that time by Riley Johnson, and now they're just going to have to barely tap it over. Issa Bird could set up another assist here, and she does. Riley Johnson couldn't get to it. I didn't get it on camera, and I apologize, but Riley Johnson ran almost all the way into her own sideline to try and save that, and she couldn't. Brianna Lincoln back with the save, or with the serve. Lincoln right to Riley Johnson, and her dig goes way far. Emmy Weber is able to set it up perfectly for Haven Patterson, though, who kills it right into the middle of all 6 Tigers. And now Alexis Taylor going to set up to serve. Taylor sends it over. Lincoln digs. And a good setup for McFadden to spike it, and she gets it into the middle. And now a big spike there by Paisley Jackson. Sets up a good look. Oh, what a dig by Paisley as well. And now Fossey has to set it up. Avery or Bree, I don't know who touched it, but they got it up in the air, and now they're just going to give them a free ball. Emmy Weber with a good setup again. Boy, how many assists does Emmy Weber have? That time to Riley Johnson, the senior. And Alexis Taylor going to stay serving. Lander had a couple opportunities that time. They just could not get it on the scoreboard. Alexis Taylor with the right hand. And it stays inside. Riverton gets the 13th point of the third set. And they're halfway to a Keeper of the Gold trophy right now. Go Big Green and Go Big Red chants are literally happening at the exact same time, following the Nebraska Cornhuskers chant. Good dig there by Avery Crane, gets it set up, and way too long after Riley Johnson just falling backwards as she hits it. We have 2 substitutions, Aislinn Donahue and Zoe Mulholland coming in for Tegan and Sandra St. Clair. And Zoe gonna set up to serve. Down 4, needing 2 sets to tie it up. Maddie Fossey with a good dig. Emmy just barely saves it on her side and gets it back. What a experienced player type of move, and that one too long for Zoe Mulholland.
Swings long, out of bounds. Back to serve, number 5,
Haven Patterson ready to serve. Up by 5. She gets it over. Brianna Lincoln has to barely get underneath it. And now Issa Bird gonna try and set up something, and Emmy Weber sets up a big kill, but can't get it past Brianna Lincoln. And now the same could be said for Kendall McFadden, but McFadden a little bit further away. A little tap over by Emmy Weber. Ooh, and Aislinn Donahue hit it off the wrong side of her hand. Lander's head right near the front of the net has just not been there today, at least for the varsity team. Their JV and their Froshmore definitely did their work. Kendall McFadden, good dig. The setup for Aislinn, and Aislinn hits it far too long. 16-9, 9 points needed for Riverton to win this trophy. Big serve. McFadden gets the dig, and then is actually able to get the spike and the kill right in front of Madison Fossey's head.
McFadden to serve.
And now McFadden's going to serve, and they need to rattle off some points fast. It looked like Addie Alley wanted to come in, but Coach Taylor told her no. McFadden gets the serve right to Madison Fossey, and Emmy Weber was diving to try and save it as Maddie Fossey's pass didn't really leave any room for error as Addie Alley comes in for Haven Patterson. McFadden back to serve again. Good serve, good dig by Riley Johnson, and then I'm sorry I didn't get that on camera, but the kill went right, was gonna go over the head of McFadden, and it was definitely gonna be out, but instead McFadden puts a hand up and it goes off of her hand. And that's good for points for Riverton. Paisley Jackson ready to serve. And she does so right to Brianna Lincoln with the dig. Zoe Mulholland with a nice setup there for Avery, but she couldn't get the kill past. And Haven Patterson now, right off the hands of Brianna Lincoln. 7-point lead, 7 points to go for Riverton. Jackson gonna return to serve. Lander fans trying to build this team back up. And there's the serve, and it's going to be way too long. Nice vision there by Brianna Lincoln and Kendall McFadden. St. Clair's going to come back in for Brianna. Isabella Bird, the senior on senior night, really hoping to get a Keeper of the Gold trophy. Emmy Weber with a good backward save. Oh, wow, what a block by Aislinn Donahue. And then what a dig by Lander. 2 players look like they went for it. Oh, can't get it that time. Issa Bird had the dig the first time and was just falling backwards trying to get it the second time.
Back to serve, number 44, Riley Johnson.
Johnson back to serve, 19-12. Riverton. Kendall McFadden gets it over to Issa. Issa gonna set up Avery. Avery with the kill gets dug out by Riley Johnson, and now Alexis Taylor fakes a big spike and instead just stands and hits it back over. And Issa Bird, wow, what a shot. Right in front of the face of Paisley Jackson. Issa didn't put much behind it, didn't need to. Aislinn Donahue comes out, Tegan Pickard comes in, and Sandra St. Clair, Daisy Goklich comes in for Zoe Mulholland. And Tegan's gonna serve. Tegan puts a good hand behind it, and Paisley digs it out, gets it to Emmy, and Alexis Taylor takes that and will get that almost every single time. Good setup by Emmy Weber.
Back into the Lady Wolverine lineup.
Haven Patterson coming in for Addie Alley. And I see some Lander fans already leaving. I don't think that they are truly fans if they're not trying to help this team get back into it. 2013, make it 21-13 as Daisy Goklich is hit just a little bit too hard. And Lady Tigers take a desperately needed timeout to try and stop the bleeding. We'll be right back on WYO Today's YouTube page with the finale, maybe, of the Keeper of the Gold matchup.
Community Health Centers of Central Wyoming has locations across Fremont County ready to serve you at DuBois Medical Clinic, Riverton Community Health, and Lander Community Health Pediatrics. We accept all forms of insurance, including Medicaid and Medicare. Are you struggling to get medical care? Ask for their sliding fee scale. From family medicine to pediatrics, Community Health Centers are here to serve you. Call 307-463-7160 or visit chccw.org to schedule your appointment.
Welcome back. Riverton currently up 8, I apologize. I thought it was 22-13. It's 21-13. Riverton is serving. Emmy Weber will be the hand to serve. Gets Avery Crane a good dig. And Lander just looks like they are not in position as well, and Emmy has to fall to her knees to get the setup. Tegan does the same, and now Sandra St. Clair with a good kill and a great save by Riley Johnson over the heads of her sideline teammates, and Avery Crane now gets the kill and a kick. Oh, I didn't know you could kick in volleyball, but you can, as that one's saved. You can only touch your hand 3 times, but they got 4 contacts, one by the foot of Haven Patterson, and it ends up being a point for Riverton. Never give up, never surrender is the term right there. Emmy Weber back to serve, and that might have been the biggest blow to the Lander morale, as a good hit there by Issa Bird just taps it over into the middle of the campfire. 22-14, anything is possible. Lander has come back from worse. And this experienced team has a bunch of seniors on the court right now. Avery Crane sends it over. Emmy Weber going to set up a fake spike by Haven and an actual spike by Celia, and it doesn't get past the net.
Avery Crane back to serve.
Crane back to serve again. She gets it in a good dig on her knees, and a kill by Alexis Taylor.
Alexis Taylor with the point. Back into the Wolverine lineup, number 4.
2 points away from Riverton reclaiming this trophy for the 2nd straight year. And it's going to be Maddie Fossey serving. And Avery Crane had to back up to get to it. Again, they just don't look like they're in position right now. A good save by Emmy Weber, and now Maddie Fossey has to save it. Big hit there. And now Sandra St. Clair able to get it across. And that one's out by Emmy Weber. In the words of Jim Carrey, so you're saying there's a chance. Substitution, Bree Lincoln coming in for Sandra St. Clair, as Riverton AD Reggie Miller takes his place right behind the team. He's ready to celebrate just as well as his team is. Bree Lincoln sends it over. Good dig by Paisley, and she's going to be set up by Emmy. Well, what a great block by Issa Bird. And the points go to Lander. 6-point deficit. Was an 8. Bree Lincoln now setting up to serve again. And Maddie Fossey with the dig over to Emmy. Emmy just always seems to be in the right place, and she sets up another kill by Alexis Taylor. And this next kill might be the last one of the night. Reminder, if they do win right here, we're going to talk to some of the players of the game, and we are going to get Coach Taylor up here to talk about his team's win, if it is indeed a win for Riverton after this point. Bree Lincoln with the dig. Daisy Goklich sends it over. Paisley Jackson with a good forearm hit. Now a big setup for Kendall McFadden, and that's going to be it. That's going to be game. Riverton wins the Keeper of the Gold match. And Riverton will take home a 3-0 win with the trophy. As we will watch their celebration, I'm going to go get Coach Taylor and maybe a couple players of the game.
Excavation offers prompt professional service. Call them today for a quote at 850-2200. They serve far and wide across Fremont County and deep. B&M Septic and Excavation is proud to support Fremont County sports.
From one corner of the state to the other, over 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. And to the 18% who don't, we say, let's buckle up for life, Wyoming.
Your tax pros at 672 West Main Street in Lander, Wyoming can handle all your tax needs. Whatever your situation, we know what to do. Call 307-856-2256 today to schedule an appointment. H&R Block is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Welcome back. It is the Click It or Ticket post-game show out here in Lander. Riverton wins 3-0. Coach Taylor with me. It is your first year as head coach. How does this feel to get the keeper of the gold trophy back home?
Oh, it's definitely awesome. These girls look forward to this every single year. This was a great environment. Lander put on a great show. It was nice and loud. But again, the girls love it. I mean, Lander got it a couple years ago, so it's just nice to have it back in our house again.
And Coach, that second set was just domination. What was going through your head? What were you telling your team as they just kept rattling up the points? How did they get that big of a win?
So what we were focusing on in between the two sets was we needed to be a little bit more aggressive with our serves, and I said, guys, I'm going to be picking difficult spots, so they need to find those spots to hit, and they really just honed in on that serving, and then there wasn't a ball that was dropped. Everybody put in their work, and it was a great team effort on that second set.
So this was senior night for Lander. You guys have quite a few seniors that have been able to win this trophy now twice in a year.
Yep.
What do you have to say about your seniors compared and versus the seniors that Lander had? You guys have been playing them for a while.
I mean, it's we've worked with them a little bit because they came and did summer camps with us in the summer. But I can't say enough about these seniors. It's been fun to seeing over the last 4 years. Yes, it's my first year as head coach, but I've been able to see them grow, go through some struggling times, but also have some great success as well.
Awesome, Coach. One last question. How does a win like this set you up for regionals next week?
I mean, what this does is it gives us confidence. I mean, I know it's a 3A versus 4A, but this is an inter-county rivalry. We love to have it. We want to have this trophy back in it. So now we got Cody this weekend, and then we're going to see what's going to happen after that.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you hand off the microphone to whoever you want, whether it's Emmy Weber or Alexis Taylor here.
Okay. Let's go with Emmy.
Emmy Weber, a senior for Riverton. How's this feel?
It feels great, actually.
And I know you guys won this last year, and I know you've had some knee injury problems, right?
It was my ankle.
Your ankle?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? You're healthy. You got the keeper of the gold trophy. You guys are rolling with momentum into regionals as well as into Cody this weekend.
Yes, I think that's going to be, this set us up good for this weekend too, I think.
So what was going right for you? You seem to be in the right place at the right time. Then again, you always are. But tonight, you really were setting up perfectly for Alexis and for the rest of your teammates. What goes through your mind? You're just always in the right place at the right time.
Well, I have to get a lot of that to our passers. Our passing was really good tonight, so I think that made a big part, but also just kind of understanding the game and everything as well makes it a lot easier too.
As a senior, does this feel any different, this big win over your rivals?
Yeah, just because it was the last one for me, so it's a little bit more emotional than the others.
So what's more important to you right now? You want to get this win tonight and get home? You want to win you want to get a win against Cody, or are you just looking towards regionals and state?
I'm really looking forward to the Cody game. I kind of want to focus on what's in front of us right now and just kind of take it one step at a time.
Couldn't have said it better myself. If you want to give it to Alexis or Maddie, whenever you're done. Hey, Maddie, when you're done. Whenever you're done. Alexis Taylor. Man, you had a great night tonight.
Thank you.
I love how you sit at the edge of the net and you know exactly where to get the kills. Have you just been practicing in the same spots over and over and over again, or is it just where Emmy sets you up perfect?
Well, so it's a little mixture of both because Emmy does place the ball really, really well. And so when we have an amazing setter, it's easier to pick out where you want to attack.
But yeah, in the gym, we're working on where we need to place the ball, where the holes are, and everything like that.
So you're a sophomore.
Yes.
Were you on the varsity team when they won last year?
Yes.
So how does this feel compared to last year? You got one more year under your belt. You know this team a little bit better.
I know last year I personally was so scared. I mean, Lander's got a big crowd. They're gonna it's intense. But this year I felt way more calm and more confident in myself. So.
Well, you can see it on the court, and you guys have a really good connection. You, Paisley, you and Emmy, everyone seems to know exactly where everyone is going to be and where everyone's always at. How do you think that's going to translate into the regional tournament next week?
I know that we have a lot that we can work for, and so I feel very confident with us going to regionals. Playing with this high intensity and energy, it's really good for us.
Well, I totally believe it, and because of the amount of kills that you had, you are going to be our Papa Murphy's player of the game. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You get a free Papa Murphy's pizza.
Thank you.
You might want to redeem it tonight because I'm sure you're hungry after a big win like that. One last question. You guys are going into Cody this weekend.
Yes.
I know you want to keep your eyes on the prize, but with so many seniors on this team and the experience on this team, what's the ceiling for this team? You guys can go to state. You guys can win state. What's going on?
I know that we can go to state and we can make some good competition. There's really good competition around the state, and I know that we, as a team, we can push them and make our team better and have some competition.
Awesome. Well, hey, congratulations.
Thank
I'll
you.
get you that coupon in a second. You want to hand it over to Maddie, another senior. Hey, Maddie, long time no see.
I know.
It's been since soccer season, so congratulations. It is your senior year, and you have been playing volleyball. You've been doing a lot of sports. How does this compare to the rest of your sporting awards that you've won over the 4 years you've been here?
This one has been a very good journey. I mean, we won it last year, and it's just exciting to end on that note.
And as a senior, this is not only a big win for you, you get the Keeper of the Gold trophy, but this team really seems to be clicking right now at the right time. As I was talking to your teammates here, you have Cody this weekend, but regionals, you guys are in sync and rolling at the right time, would you not say?
Yeah, I would say so.
So right now, with this team being a bunch of seniors and under first-year head coach Taylor, I mean, in your own mind, what's the ceiling for this team?
I just think that it's really good that we're clicking right now, and this is a perfect time for us to be clicking, and it took us all season just to get here, and I hope that we can end on a great note.
Your other senior teammates, you have Emmy Weber, and you have Paisley Jackson, and you have Riley Johnson. How's it feel that you guys have been able to grow in this system, and it feels like you guys know exactly where you're at the same time?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, we've all been best friends for ever, and so we've always just had that connection, and it's just carried on to the court.
Well, hey, congratulations. I really appreciate you coming up here. Go celebrate with your team. Have fun. That was Maddie Fossey, Alexis Taylor, Emmy Weber, and Coach Taylor. So, didn't mean to hit that button. So congratulations again to Riverton. They have reclaimed this trophy for the second straight year after Lander won it in 2021 and 2020. And they're going to be able to go put that in their trophy case for one more season, as they are going to be rolling on to Cody next week. And then, of course, regionals, the 4A regionals next week. So we will leave it here. I want to give a big shout out to Ranger Printers for sponsoring our pregame show, all of our sponsors for allowing us to come out here and do some volleyball, and of course YDOT for their Click It or Ticket post-game show. Remember, only 82% of Wyomingites wear their seatbelts. Let's try and make that 100%, especially tonight, especially when it starts snowing. So I have been Shawn O'Brate from from Bob Carey Memorial Fieldhouse. This has been the Keeper of the Gold match. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk at you guys on Friday as we bring you Lander's last football game of the season against Douglas right here at Bill Bush Stadium.
This broadcast is Bailey Enterprises. For over 50 years, Bailey has become the name you can trust. With Pit Stop Travel Centers, you can fuel up and stock up on trip snacks at locations all over Fremont County. You can also put your trust in Bailey Tire and Auto for service to keep handy for those times when your luck runs out on the road. Refresh at the Speedway Cafe with a dine-in meal or a round of carry-out with a variety of specials to keep you going. Go with Bailey.
Central Wyoming College now offers Bachelor of Applied Science degrees in Early Childhood Education and Organizational Management and Leadership, with an emphasis in outdoor education, tribal leadership, or business and entrepreneurial leadership. CWC offers 3 ways to learn: online, virtual, and in person. Learn, grow, lead, and advance at Central Wyoming College. CWC is leading the way with expanded programs in the Bachelor of Applied Science degrees.
Riverton Blodorn Lumber is proud to support youth sports. Experience the Blodorn difference. Quality products, design, delivery, and expert service. Blodorn Lumber, 1202 North Federal in Riverton. Blodorn Lumber.